bro's dripped out, bro. I mean, you got me on Steam, man, so you probably maybe seen there's some screenshots popping up if you've been clicking on the oids, but that is indeed what your character may one day look like if you just start from nothing and look like a ragged out burlap man. Yeah, Otter, you're definitely not number one. Alright, I was going to do a bit of single player today because, of course, as most of you all have seen, we've got some stable news popping up, so I wanted to kind of iron out what my settings for that might be. Damn, he's got... I don't even know how expensive that computer might end up being, bro, but that's like 6K, 7K, 10K. I just said the numbers. I don't know. I spent like $3,000 on my computer like 3 years ago, and it's... I mean, you know, computers don't really gain their value all that much, especially nowadays, but... Got an i9 3080 Ti, all that jazz. Alright, where would I spawn for fun spawn? Valley Station? That just ends up being West Point, doesn't it? So I was thinking maybe Phallus Lake, and I just walk to the left. I think this little crescent right here might be kind of fun to play in. You just build a wall going across this, and you have your own little plateau, kind of. I haven't clicked on Zomboid in a hot minute. Yeah, I have been playing a lot more recently, but that's just because, you know, there's some hype around... hey, I can actually have a save, and it's not going to require me to back up what version I'm playing on for, you know, retain it from just being nuked. Yeah, I think Phallus, this might be a fun spawn. Also pretty central, so it's easy to just kind of go to any of the towns after I've kind of skilled up. EP Lake, yeah, it does kind of have a little bit of a... Got a gripper. It's Grippy Lake. Alright, do that. I'll load up my typical long list of million settings. I think this, my most recent one. Forked head, yeah, I don't know. Mine doesn't look like that. Let's be real. TMI, bro. Why would you even say that? Oh my god. Ew. Alright. Insane. Highest as it goes. Keep all of that typical. I don't think I really want to change any of this stuff. Did they get rid of the normal to weak or whatever, or is that only in... I don't know, maybe I'm tripping. I thought that they had... Oh, that I'm probably thinking of, yeah, this sight and hearing is now that. I'm just going to do full random. Have some eagle-eyed guys mixed in. Make it kind of fun. A little more chaotic, rather than just dropping sprinters in, of course. And sprinters, bro. Everything's 4, peak day 1, respawn none, everything else the same. Loot. Like ammo. Other literature. Bro, I love reading so much. I don't even know why that was changed to 1.6. Maybe bump this days until max looted a building chance. Do this to like 365 because it's going to be a while before I'm able to get to any buildings at all. These a little lower. Leave everything else the same. World. Water shut off. I am considering maybe keeping the lights on just for the hell of it so I can actually see, you know, the lighting change. I think this might be a fun thing to have on. Play around a little bit more at the dark in the night. Light bulb, a lifespan, keep all that normal. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and uncap that. I can shove 10,000 logs in my campfire. Bright nights, so y'all can see and I can see. Farming speed, I'm gonna change this to 5 times. The stuff will grow, but it won't grow overnight. And I won't have to wait, what, 240 days to grow hemp? So whatever 240 divided by 5 is, it's like, I don't know, like a month. Very slow erosion. No grow seasons. Frequency and intensity of rats will lower that a bit and bump that to a maximum time. Do I want a helicopter? I don't really have fun with helicopter. I always just run to the woods and, you know, I feel like it slows the game down. I might put it on later, but I'm going to keep it off for now. Maybe I'll put this on normal. We'll try out normal. It was a little aggressive the last time I had this on normal, though. Got my ears blown out by all the servo animals. Yeah, whenever you, like, walk out of a cell or load the cell that all the animals are in, they just moo consecutively or whatever. That's also probably my thought process on why they are dying when we're not in the cell with them, because they're just unloaded. So if they're unloaded, they're not eating. And the second you come back like a month later, because whoever's online has been playing, you come back and they're already at like the lowest possible thirst and hunger value, and they just die immediately. It'd be nice if they had like health bars and it like ticked down, sort of like the player's health does from starvation, you know? It might already work like that, I don't know, but I feel like they die rather quick, even if they have food. Alright, I don't think I want to change anything here. I make that... I mean, if we're going to do a serious run, I'll probably just bump it back down to 1. Just have everything be 1. No bonus on the fit. Unfortunate. One day they might add a carbon multiplier or something. Some way of getting higher fitness rather than just sitting there grinding it out through the menus. Air damage from vehicles. Leave all that. Stat decrease. That's all normal. Alright. So today... I mean, what's it going to come out? 29th? Let me go and check what mods I have on. I think I just have daily report journal. Kill count. I'm not even sure if this works. I don't think I've seen it. No panic sound, so I don't have to listen to the heartbeat. Non-stop. Rocks in Rune XP. Shaders vivid. Better character info. Yeah, I'm cheating the game with all these cheater mods. Like proximity inventory. Yeah. I don't know. Which of these do you think is the most cheater mod out there that I have? Like, I guess the daily report journal, this would be, in my opinion, the closest thing to cheating that I have, because this way I can tell what day it is without having a watch. This way I can, what else can I do that I can't do otherwise? I think that's really about it. Cheater, yeah. I can't believe he would attempt to know what day it is without having a watch. I can also see my weight to like a decimal point. That's something you can't do in vanilla. Alright, well, those are the mods. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mods, 7. Oh no, I said the numbers. Yep, so there's 7 mods. I'll have to update a mod list or whatever so that I can answer the common question. Hey, what mods are you using? What's those ones? Alright. So we've got our settings. We've got our spawn of choice. Lost Lake. It's already loaded. Nice. Now, I'll go through and just go ahead and take... I'm not going to preload a character I have made, so... Go ahead and pick them all. Run it down. Illiterate, of course. Thin skin, of course. Doing 0-0, fitness and strength. Well, I guess 1-0. Reluctant fighter. Not going to do prone to illness. Conspicuous. Low healer, weak stomach. Low metabolism. And a driver for the meme. And I'm kind of tempted to do smoker. How annoying was that? I mean, I'm gonna be depressed for the entire and agitated, not to mention that as well. It's just smoker's gonna slow the early game down so much because I'm gonna spend so much more time crafting because I'm gonna be depressed the whole time. And I can't really dry tobacco leaves out until I have, well, first off, I have to grow tobacco. I can't find tobacco until, like, September. So there's, like, an entire month, essentially, that I'm signing up to be depressed. Yeah, the getting set up with tobacco is the thing, because you can't, I think you can't find tobacco in July or August. Yeah, I mean, that's why I've... So I went ahead and made the grow seasons off and the grow time 5 times or whatever. Just to, you know, counteract the... Oh, you can't grow this. Oh, it takes 200 million days to grow it. Oh, you spent 199 days growing it and then your plant got sick and died. Whoop-de-doo. You know, we're just gonna... We're gonna save ourselves the agony of that. And allow ourselves to actually grow something, because like otherwise it's like you just do fish, you never have to grow anything, you know. There's no reason to do it. I don't know if they'll... I mean, I don't want it to be too like black-pilled about, like, you know, my thoughts on stable and the, you know, but I think what we're seeing in .19 is very clearly what we're going to see in .20, you know. Like there might be some fixes here and there, but I think balancing changes and all that, I don't know. Well, we'll see when we get there. But either way, I've bumped up the grow speed to 5 times what it is, as well as turning the seasons off entirely so that I can actually do things. All right, well, that is... We have 63 points. And with our negatives. 66 if I take smoker. So that's a big if. I think single player, yeah, I don't think single player really has any like major... I guess the sitting down and standing up when you have something equipped in your arms, you know, but I feel like that will very clearly be fixed, and if it's not, then like I don't know what the hell they're doing, but yeah. Yeah, I've not had really too much problems in single player. So Bushcrafter just speeds up the early game a ton. You get some recipes, you get your napping, you get your foraging. You keen hearing. That is a perk that you cannot get any other way. Let's see. I didn't have too much of an issue getting to blacksmithing 1 without that, so I think this is just 6 points I don't need to spend. I mean, technically, you know, if you are trying to get up off the floor, you would get up off the floor faster if you could just, like, you know, push off the ground with your hands. When you don't have something in them, you know, I don't know. Actually, it would be faster. Gymnast, get myself a... Oh, you know, I should also, like, think about what occupation I'm taking, because I am still just unemployed right now. Man. Masonry, short blunt, maintenance, carpentry. Rose Brave with all those pluses? What do you mean with all these? I only got 3 traits so far. I got 44 more points to spend somehow. I think I'm split between either doing unemployed, doing construction worker, or doing a lumberjack. Oh, the reds. Yeah, I mean, I haven't... These are just kind of like the typical reds that I take. They're the easiest to deal with that don't just kill me straight out. Now, of course, like, you know, some of them, uni unfit, you're not going to be stuck with forever. Reluctant fighter, it does slow the early game down quite a bit, but... Rose taking traits, what a crutch, yeah. Unbelievable, you don't just run unemployed with no... What's like the... Giga Chad, trait setup. You do unemployed and just do fast learner and inventive. Have nothing that aids your character whatsoever outside of just speeding up the XP gain. You can take prone to illness. So prone to illness does increase your rate of corpse sickness, which, you know, if you've seen, I've had issues in the past with the enhanced rate. So I actually try to take resilient into my builds now, so you can have a little bit more time on top of the corpses before you die. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, the strength and fitness level is not something that really a whole lot of people care for. I personally, you know, I don't mind the strength grind because there's ways around it. But fitness is, fitness takes a while. Dexterous, that's a no-brainer pick. Cat's eyes, of course. Wakeful, of course. Except how much is wakeful now? It's 3. Why they take another 2 points from me from those ones? Unfortunate. Running stream, yeah. I mean, if you have to be maximum level smooth brain to just do running exclusively to level up your fitness, but I just kind of wanted to put that myth to bed that, hey, you get passive experience from fitness by running. It's so good, isn't it? Oh, look at that. In only 8 hours of gameplay, you can go from 0 to 1. And that's if you just exclusively run the entire time. All right, angler. So I can max that out pretty easy. I might do... If I do lumberjack, then I mean, maybe I do lumberjack and I do brawler. And I'm just like maxed out on axing. That's going to be super easy to level that skill, but... Like, it's kind of pointless. Taylor, I didn't really mind doing that grind that much. Yeah, it's just the difference between, so like how the XP works in this game. You don't have a bonus, you get 25%. You do have a bonus, you get the full 100%. If you have 2 bonuses, you get, so you effectively get 4x XP from having 1. You get 5x XP from having 2, and you get 6 from having 3. And you don't get any additional ones if you have more than 3. But so like the difference between having 1 and 2 and 1 and 3 is not massive, but the difference between 0 and 1 is pretty huge. I think fast learner, pretty easy pick. Although you can play without this, not a huge deal. So I don't have a masonry bonus or a carving bonus. But getting those is not difficult, and I have 10. Or I could just go and take, let's say, construction worker. Then I get carpentry, very good. Masonry, I don't get carving though. I don't get carving from carpenter either, do I? Or I don't get, sorry, no, I do get masonry. Why would I take, I think I might go back to carpenter. Carving, masonry, carpenter, yeah. A pretty good pick. Slumberjack worth it if you're not going into combat. I plan on, you know, eventually doing it, but, you know, of course, in runs like this, your first, you know, couple of play sessions, you're not going to be doing it, but, you know, eventually you will. Of course, if you intend on, like, oh, I'm just gonna be playing multiplayer, I'm gonna kind of sit around the base and not really do a whole lot, then I guess you don't really need to play some of these combat skill maintenance classes. Like, you can probably get away with playing mechanic or get away with playing blacksmith or something. Or just get the VHS for carpentry after getting the gen, after getting electrical 3, after getting 1,500 watches. Of course, of course. Why wouldn't I just take a fence post and put it in the ground and then pick up the fence post that I took out of the ground and do that over and over again until I'm level 1? What's up, Luis? No, there's not any, like, Lumberjack is still easily one of the best perks in the game right now. Like, if you're choosing to, you know, have one of these, like, long playthrough scaling characters, you're kind of locked into either carpenter, construction worker, unemployed, lumberjack, you know, any of the typical, I have a weapon skill, I have a maintenance bonus classes, or you just do unemployed, and, you know, like, because if I'm unemployed here, I still have maintenance bonus, and I can just pick up brawler, or I don't even need a weapon skill. I just, well, it'll take me a considerably longer time to get those skills up, but can do it. Just taking something like this speeds up the early game considerably. You're not stuck, you know, in the 0 to 5 weapon skill levels for a considerable amount of time. Get through them a little quicker. Yeah, tailoring is another thing that is nice to have in multiplayer. Yeah, police officer is not bad either. I mean, of course, in, you know, a 16x run like this, guns aren't going to be like a huge thing as much as they are a topic for people asking when gun, when car, you know, stuff like that. But police officer is pretty nifty in that it's like one of the few classes that gives you nimble. nimble, and it's also cheaper than, you know, burglar, and you get the kind of rare reloading and aiming bonuses. It's not a whole lot of classes that have that. Still pretty new, so I think trying DIY as my profession, is that one not as good? So DIY construction worker and carpenter are kind of all in the same boat, where, you know, if we just look at the skills that they give, they all give short, blunt, and maintenance. Short, blunt, maintenance. Short, blunt, maintenance. Short, blunt, maintenance. You know, and then some variety of, you know, building kind of skills. The thing is that carpenter gives you +4 carpenter. You know, that's like, this is huge. You can basically build everything right out the gate. You can build stairs out the gate. You can build, you know, walls and wall frames and flooring and all this stuff right out the gate. Construction worker, you can do some of that stuff. You can't do wall frames. You can't do stairs. Same with DIY expert. But carpenter, you can do all that plus carving. Carving's another huge one, because, you know, if you're doing DIY expert, you're short blunt. The only short blunt weapons you can make off the rip is like foraging for sticks, and that counts. But carpenter, out the gate, you can get carving online like within the first week or so and have short bats. You have a, you know, craftable weapon that's actually pretty reliable. Nimble bonus, I take it for. Yeah, that's like, if you're not taking a class that has nimble, and then you're also not taking like gymnast or something like that, you're really shooting yourself in the foot. You kind of need a nimble bonus in this game. DIY would be good if it had electrical +1 for all the electrical recipes. Yeah, it's just hard to differentiate it from engineer if you were doing that, though. You'd probably have to make it cost a little bit more, like a, you know, -6 or whatever. Carpenter's a good long-term build. I think the best occupations for long-term play are unemployed if you pick the right traits. Carpenter, construction worker, or lumberjack. Those are your kind of run-of-the-mill. They give you a weapon skill plus maintenance. They don't cost a whole lot, but I think the best out of those, I put carpenter the highest, just because you get like the most stuff and it doesn't cost a whole lot. Yeah, especially in build 41, carpenter only cost 7 points. It was even cheaper. Now it costs 10. You see any new sandbox settings? No, I pretty much just ran down at the start of the stream. I've chose all the settings, mods, all that, and now I'm doing the traits so far in this stream that I'll probably be playing with in .20. But I haven't seen anything new since the last time I played. So, but yeah, I've got pretty much everything selected in this stream. Also built floors with a sack and whatever sand. Yeah, I did that in my no loot thing. It's the easiest way to kind of do it, but my point being is that, like, you won't be able to even build the roof kind of stuff unless you have carpentry level 3, which carpenter, you can kind of get that right out the gate. It just, you make the log stairs, get up there pretty quick. Nothing due to how many trees you have to cut down. Yeah, lumberjack, I think the main thing about axe, if you're talking about like charcoal making, is the fact that axe skill actually impacts how much muscle strain you get from cutting trees down too. So like if you're a level 0 axe character and you cut trees down, you'll just be in agony like very quickly. Versus, you know, a level like 5 or whatever, or even higher character, you don't get a whole lot of strain from cutting trees. Yeah, carpenter is gonna be probably my pick for this. But yeah, no, maybe I'll do an axe because I don't have long blunt. I don't have axe. That'll make things really quick, but I'm spending 6 points on that. Still got 2 left. Is there anything I'm really missing here? I have masonry, I have carving, I have carpentry, I have fishing. Wound infection settings still didn't do anything in 42.19. I haven't played around with that all that much, but I mean, if you go back and watch my no loot run, basically the first like 20 days of that run, I walked around with no shoes and scratches on my feet that were just infected the entire time. And I did not die from that at all. I just went down to like half health. So I don't think that wounds that are infected really damage you all that much. I don't think they fixed Axpert. It definitely does more damage to trees. But I wasn't like super tuned into the swing speed of playing with Axpert or not. But I did like cut down a considerable amount of trees with Axpert and without Axpert, and with Axpert it's definitely faster. It takes like less swings to do. But I think it was like that in build 41 as well, like where the combat swing speed was the same, but the tree cutting down damage was higher. All right, it's enough blabbing. What am I gonna do for my last 2 points? I think I do low thirst maybe. I'm light eater. I can already forage for mushrooms and berries to eat. But late game, I won't have to carry around as much water if I take that. Yeah, the only thing that I would possibly change about this is I would take Smoker, you know, deal with being depressed for the first, you know, month of the game. Well, okay, because I'm still going to need to grow tobacco. I'm still going to need to dry it out. So that there's like another month time spent being depressed, setting all that up. And then I could fit in light eater and I guess not take Sunday driver. That would be the only possible change I think I would do to this. Low thirst is only 2 points. Yeah, it's been like that for quite a while now, I think. But yeah, low thirst is a pretty, you know, nice thing to have in most builds. I think, you know, light eater's a good pick too, but if I have to choose between light eater and low thirst, I'm gonna go with low thirst. Yeah, I don't think eating is as much of a problem since you can just forage for food. You can't forage for water, but you know, if you live next to water, it's not as big of a deal. But water's a little bit more restrictive in terms of where you can get it. Of course, unless you know, have it raining a bunch and you just drink puddles or something. All right, this is going to be Carpenter 0, 19. Not going to be naked for this. And, you know, honestly, I think it's about time I just ditch the Sturgill name. We are going to stable. Maybe Virgil deserves to have his name back. Virgil Stokes. This new update is not. I'm just preparing for when stable drops. We gotta have our kind of settings ironed out. As much as I would love to drop into stable just completely unprepared and, you know, have that go how it does. You know, we'll do a little bit of scouting for what the first run might be. Virgil Mergil, nah. I think Virgil Stokes will come back. Make sure I actually have my voice. Hey. And before they change traits and point cost again, if they do, then I might just honestly rip it and give myself some extra character points or something. The thing that annoyed me more was the update that killed all my like old saves. Like I have saved characters from, you know, 8-22-22 or whatever, and they just don't have anything picked at all anymore. Like all these saved characters from back whenever just don't do anything. But there was a time where build 42 these actually still did something. But now they like I have to go like pretty recent to my saved characters before I actually have any that are anything. I should probably go through and just delete all these, but you know, maybe one day they'll be fixed. I think they're long gone. Like I have to go pretty far down before I can actually have any that actually do anything. That's not Virgil's true voice. Hey. Of course, of course. I won't explain that anymore, but if you know, you know. Yeah, Doctor's another interesting first aid pick that not a lot of people spec into. Like if you really want to choose something in multiplayer and be like, oh, I'm the guy that chose something, you can do first aid, you can do welding. That's like another one that zero people are going to choose. You know, because most everyone's going to be like, oh, I'm going to be the carving guy, I'm going to be the napping guy, I'm going to be a blacksmith. Like there's probably going to be somebody that picks that. But if you do like first aid, welding, and then maybe like tailoring is like a mid-level one where, you know, some people are probably going to take it. I still think short blades are easily the weakest like weapon class right now. Like, they're not horrible, but all right, lock in. Nice and stuttery 16x. Move curtains. Where am I at? Oh, I'm just looking at a big clump of oids outside, aren't I? Make a sling bag. Bro, I'm just 30 FPS out the rip. Okay, do I need those knives? Probably not. Don't really need the food either. I'm fat. I'll take the 2-liter bottle though. And I think that's it for my starting house. So I guess I just walk to the left or attempt to until I hit the water. Probably my play. Yeah, mechanics is another interesting multiplayer pick. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Spear still has like the same problem that most every weapon class does, where it's like, oh, we're just gonna make the easiest to craft one that you can craft a zillion of. We're gonna make that the strongest one, and we're gonna make blacksmithing and all that. Just it doesn't really add any damage at all. You just get like a minor durability. Maybe I'm ranting, but that's just kind of what late game weapon scaling is kind of like. Any chairs to sleep on? Absolutely. Good thing you mentioned that because I love sleeping on the ground. And look at this. Wait, is this sleep? Average quality. Look at that. Great spawn. Love to see it. Couldn't ask for a better spawn. I get a bag. I get a water bottle I can drink out of and a chair to sleep in. It doesn't get better. But yeah, thank you for... I would have walked out the door and not done that. Blacksmith weapons are nice for non-spears. I mean, like, you still have axe has, you know, their scythe. And then short blunt and long blunt have the maces, but you can still do the stone mason. You know, you've got the bats that are pretty effective. Swords, of course, you're just like not even going to begin to do without blacksmith. But I feel like even once you have the stuff all set up, it's like it's just totally optional. Bro, where the oys? I thought you said this was 16x. That's why I'm lagging when I look over there, bro. Or can I go that way? Doesn't look like it. I mean, boiling isn't super critical. You can just get the tin cans from fishing pretty reliably. All right, what am I doing here? I think I just have to go on the road down here where all the woods are. Just deal with it. Hello, everybody. I want to go that way. How bad could it be? Don't trip, Virgil. Do not trip. Alright, yeah, we're chilling. Alright, I win. I guess not yet. Yeah, not yet. Go to the bathroom. I could smell you. Alright, we're chilling. Yeah, getting out of these small towns in 16x isn't really that hard. And I just eat bugs in the woods and do push-ups until I can go back. That's a game. Alright, but I actually don't know where the water is here, so that'll be a little interesting. Okay, I do want this because I need twine. Need twine to make twine. You need hemp to make twine. You need hemp to twine and twine to twine. Unless I get naked, why would I do that? I mean, even if I do, clearly I have experience having no shoes, no shirt, no service, no anything. Hey, why is there a road here? I actually have no clue where I am. I've not spawned over here in so long. What am I hearing? Is that like some kind of... Must be a deer. Oh, it's a cow. So I actually am just in the scripted run, right? Where I have a cow or something. Bro, what am I hearing? Oh, it's deer. All right. I have not heard those deer noises and I don't know. That's the first time I've heard them. Thick skin doesn't mean you can walk without shoes. I do think thin skin and thick skin could be reworked to be a little bit more interesting, especially since they're 8 points, you know. It's like I feel like they don't really do anything outside of just like if you know what you're doing, it's just an easy take. What, that little head down in the corner? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I'm a VTuber. That's my VTuber avatar down there. Yeah, thick skin could definitely just... I think, like, for 8 points, they could just straight up reduce, like, get rid of discomfort from clothing altogether, you know? Or maybe, like, make your character less prone to being sad to begin with or something. I don't know. But I think they just you know, took the thick-skinned thing a little literally and made it so that it's just harder to get bit, and that's it. Looking at the map, it was like there was a river or something just completely out this way, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe I gotta just stick to the road a little bit more and just keep walking. Like that is a carving thing. Show map. Oh my god, bro. Open the map. I want to see what's going on. This is my life. Hi, bro. I want to know where you spawned and where you're at right now. Is PvP on? Is this multiplayer? Oh my god, metal scrap. That is actually pretty crucial. And something I did learn from doing a no loot 0-0 spawn. One of the few ways you can grind maintenance early game is just like getting a draw bone or any type of bone like this and just hitting a tree with it. Now, of course, if you didn't have a maintenance bonus, you wouldn't get nearly as much maintenance as I am right now. Like, I got 48 from that, which would be insane if this were, like, no loot. You have to get to 75 to get to level 1. But, like, doing that is actually considerably quicker compared to making stakes or whatever and hitting the tree with them. Oh, yeah, no, I did the 0, like, because I'm planning on making like some type of guide video for people that, because I get asked the whole like, what do I do to grind maintenance from 0 to 1? What do I do to grind carving from 0 to 1? Or napping or whatever, you know? So, and those are like pretty annoying to get online, but maintenance especially, like this is kind of your best bet, is just finding bones and hitting a tree with it until doing that or grinding stakes. It takes a considerable amount of time, but why the fuck Bone's giving me maintenance experience? I mean, there's something out there. Like, these do. Even just the regular Animal Bone does as well. But, like, I just got 120. Like, even considering... Where's my skills? Like, I'm level 2, but I'm already, like, halfway just from 2 bones, right? So, but this is with essentially a 5 times bonus to experience, so divide this by 5 would be what I would have if I didn't have a bonus. So I'd have like 20, you know, but that's still 20 out of 75. That's, you know, almost a third of the way through getting to level 1 from finding 2 bones. You know, just keep doing some foraging and finding that. And then there's the big hurdle of like getting to maintenance 1 kind of locks you out of making the bench. Because you can do this with no skills, but you need an axe to do it. And you can't make an axe until you're maintenance 1. So you kind of have to just either forge bones to do that, or what I also did kind of mixed in was the stake carving, because you can make stakes at level 0 carving, and that's essentially what you're going to be doing for carving anyway to get to level 1, is making 1,000,000 stakes or spears. And stakes give maintenance as well when you hit them against a tree. Thing is, though, is that the stakes, you can only get like 2 hits of durability out of them. So before they break. so that you don't get nearly as many as you get with the bone. The bone lasts considerably longer compared to the steak. Waiting level from 0 to 1 are stone shelves and raking large stones with. Oh, you're talking about masonry right now. Yeah, I mean that's just like true for most every like skill. Going 0 to 1 is just no fun, but I mean honestly, even after you get out of the 0 to 1 grind, it's like then now you just have to live with having a fourth or a fifth of the experience that you would have had if you just had a skill bonus with it as well. So generally there's like some skills you can sign up for and have, you know, no skill bonus for, but you're kind of in for a hard time if you don't take a skill bonus. Like you can get away with no skill bonus blacksmith just because this is like a late game perk anyway. So like by the time you are even attempting to do this, you probably have enough materials that you can brute force it. Glass making is not terrible. The XP rate's actually pretty high. Carving isn't the worst either. Getting the recipes might suck. I got to 4 in like under a month with no bonus. But you know, starting it isn't that bad. It's just annoying finding all the tree branches. And tailoring isn't, you know, you're not going to max it out with no bonus, but you can get to a high enough level with enough grinding. Yeah, you generally, like, if you, especially if you're doing a wilderness playthrough like this and you're not taking bushcraft or wilderness knowledge, whatever you want to call it, you're really just like, either, you know, you're just, you know, a super purist. I'm going to start 0-0 with no bonuses to any trait, which, you know, respect, but like you're because not only are you just having less XP, you don't have the recipes too. That hurts a lot. You don't have the ability to see the poisoned and not poisoned mushrooms and berries and stuff. That hurts a lot, you know. So on top of the, you know, obvious XP and immediate skill based recipes that you're locked out of. I mean, stone maul you can at least get from napping, but napping's another skill that is like grinding to 0 to 1 is pretty annoying, and at least by the time you get to level 1, you have like hundreds of flakes that you can, you know, continue your grind with, but it doesn't get, you know, any less grindy from that point. Yeah, honestly, like one of the most powerful perks you can choose in this update, and this has just been true for like all of Build 42, is wilderness knowledge, regardless of what type of playthrough you're doing. I mean, I guess if you're doing like a low zombie amount in the town kind of playthrough the entire time, it's not as crucial, but a little hard to pass that one up. Yeah, so when I did the no loot, I did end up giving myself trapping 1 just so I could use that snare trap, because, you know, like getting to, I had the whole like discussion of how I think trapping and tracking, the two different skills, trapping and tracking, right? These could be, you know, linked to get together in a way. So like if following an animal gave you a trapping skill, these get combined into like hunting or something, you know? And you can level up your initial levels by just following an animal around. And then once you get to level 1, then you can do like the traps. I feel like that would be a much better kind of skill progression than it is just to like, oh, Let me do some trapping to level up my trapping. Let me try to make some traps. Oh, wait, I needed a recipe for this one at level 0. I can't make it. Oh, same with this one. I can't make it. Oh, this one I have the recipe. It's level 1. I can't make it. It's like, well, I guess I'm just fuck me, I guess. You know, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, when I did my no loot run, I just gave myself trapping 1 because that way I could do it. You can, however, so another thing I did notice, with enough foraging, as in like months of foraging, you will eventually just find traps. So like I found a box trap just out there. I found a snare trap as well. So you could, you know, in theory, forge these and then grind from 0 to 1 and then make your own traps. But these still have the chance to break when you're using them, and like, you know, finding one doesn't guarantee you can get to level 1. I don't think it's to not require foraging as much as it is just to give foraging more utility. Like the stuff that you find, you can actually make stuff with, right? Because like otherwise, I mean, I get that, like what you're saying in that like you can go through and pick up all your sticks and branches and stuff off the ground. You can get clay from the sack or whatever, or you can get bones from animals. Like just overlooking the whole like ability to forage and find things that way. Okay, so I want to be around this and inside there. Trying to get... Yeah, I feel like the research system could just be completely, I don't know, scrapped. I feel like it's a little unneeded. I mean, hell, at one point in 42, you had to just find like the recipe documents to even be able to do things. Which, that was hilarious. I feel like the vast majority of recipes that I have, I either A, just have it from a skill, or I overlevel to get to it, and that's just the mentality behind getting anything. I mean, tracking's already a dead skill. I think what they should do with it is what I said, where they combine tracking and trapping to hunting and have the skill progression be kind of... You do tracking to get trapping online. All right, we're gonna find a nice stable rock out here that I can hang out next to and do some crafting. If not, I guess I can... All right, where's the rocks? Not seeing any rocks. Don't tell me I should have picked up a table in my other hand and brought it over here. Reading is no-no. Yeah, I mean, reading is a bit of a meme. But I'm pretty biased. Okay, there is a rock over here. Alright, this is my life now. So put that down, put these down. Put you down, unequip you. And I can only have this chair facing 2 ways, so let's have a nice little... Here, we'll pick the grass up. Oh, wow, these are leaves. Okay. Interesting. So are these just going to be, like, in my inventory? I can't just... Yeah, there's only... It's like that with the rocking chair, too, but I guess they just didn't make a sprite for it to face the other directions. It's extinction at 16x. I did all the settings, picked all the traits, picked all the mods on stream. If you're interested in a super in-depth run of like what the settings are, 16x day one. Beyond that, it's all in like the first half hour of the stream. Kind of picked them all out. More or less, this will be what I kind of finalize my settings for once stable comes out. All right, I think I just have to, yeah, I have to replace these on the ground. I can't just drop them. All right, let's grab remove stone. The twine, do that twice. Then I can make my tools. Getting this far, by the way, without maintenance one, like this is hilarious. Doing this day one compared to the no maintenance grind. Like getting this far is god awful. It is pretty bad. Especially so like because I did that whole grind with no clothes, no shoes, no anything, no sleeping surface, 0 strength. I also took no skills at all, like just all negatives. So that didn't help either, but more of just a proof of concept that you can do it, you know. Yeah, like this, just being able to walk around and have shoes and also be able to make tools day one, it saves so much time. Like, I get there are people that are going to want to do the whole 0-0 skill thing. Which, I guess, if you give yourself shoes, it's not the worst. Like, you save a lot of agony of just walking around really slowly with the scratches. Grinding already not that fun. Why increase the grind? I don't know. Some people just enjoy making the game painful. All right, I should probably go and find another flint flake. So that way I can make a knife. And you can drink the water. Even with weak stomach, it is safe. Alright, I got a knife, or I can make a knife. I make 2 knives. The blade, do it. Then I can do handle, or why can't I need to do rod? That's what I need to do. Rod. Why not? I need to make, oh, yep, never mind. I needed to have one of those as flakes still. Whoops. No biggie. What's up, Hammer? Thank you, man. Appreciate you, bro. here the False Lake was it totally changed. Obviously, with the high pop, it'd be hard to go back yet to explore. I did not know that it was changed, but yeah, I mean, I kind of just got kicked out eventually. I saw the thing that I saw recently was that Riverside had like a lot of assets that were put out, so there's gonna potentially be some rework to that town in the similar style that Moldra and all that got. Now, will that change my opinion on the residents of Riverside and people that like spawning in Riverside? Absolutely not. It's still the worst town ever. Don't go there. But in all seriousness, yeah, it does look quite nice. And I mean, if it gets the same facelift that like Moldra did, then I think it's a great addition to the game. Bro, how dare you say that? I love Riverside. Riverside is my favorite town, bro. How dare you? What's my strat for build 42 stable? Bro, you're watching it right now. You walk in the woods and eat bugs. In that order. And then after you do that, you go home and you turn your computer on and play Project Zomboid. Okay, bro. Be right back. I'm going to the woods right now. Be right back, bro. Wish they would rework the XP bonuses so you could have some bonuses even with 0 skill. You can change the sandbox settings if you do think there are some skills that are a little bit more grindy. Like in the past, I've played with like a fitness 2.5 times multi. I think that's pretty balanced. And you know, of course, you can go into some of the crafting skills and make them a little less tedious. It's all up to you. Let me catch up. I see you, Hammer. I see you, but I got to read some messages to catch up to you. I appreciate you, bro. Trailer confirmed it. The trailer, I'll be honest, I have not watched the trailer yet. So, I'm behind on my homework. Can build a base with a zombie emote. That's kind of where I'm at right now. So like if we look at the map here, like this peninsula is super defensible. Like even if you're playing with like the, you know, super long hearing rat race guys or whatever, you get over here, the voids are really only going to be able to come to you from one direction. You can, you know, wall this off or just really only expect them to come from one way. It's pretty nice. I heart Riverside and reading. Get out of here. You're in the wrong place, buddy. And Hammer with 5. Appreciate you, bro. Arday, I know Arday's in here, and Raven, of course, in here as well, getting the memberships. I don't like Riverside, but that one exposed basement construction site is such a cool spot to build a base in. Yeah, I think construction sites in general are pretty neat. Like construction sites and junkyards, I think are atypical base locations that are pretty fun. Built walls when unloaded. Oh yeah, the other thing about water is that these are just, you know, the oids are never going to go into it. Not only that, just like having water as like a base, you know, easily accessible thing near it is kind of necessary. If you don't have water in some way, it just increases the difficulty a ton. Oh, what did I just metalworking snips? It's not the best early game trash forage, but that is, you know, just how valuable some of these things are. Wait, can I, maybe I can get maintenance from this. Hold up. I guess so. Well, I mean, technically I can get maintenance from making stone hammers and stuff now at this point, but you know, if I didn't have maintenance one, I wouldn't have stone hammer. This metalworking snip, I think I can just hit it against a tree and get experience. Yeah, I can. Although I don't know why I'm hitting it with the handle part. Optimal gameplay, by the way. Am I hitting the tree with a paint roll or metalworking steps? I just forged them. But yeah, that is day 1, 0 to 3 maintenance grind. Versus day, I don't know, 20 or so, 0 to 1 grind if you didn't have a bonus. Now that is without a bonus to forging as well when I did that, so. But like these skills, getting to this far when I didn't have a bonus at all took me a unbearable amount of time. Like it was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours in real life. Maybe 20 days in game, a lot of it fast forwarding, admittedly, but it's just the difference it makes from, you know, choosing the right perks versus not. Oh, I do just need one more flint flake, and then I can make knives, then I can do carving. I think it is a bit silly that you need a flint flake specifically to carve things. You can't use the blade itself. Now, is that something that I think is desperately in need of change? Not really. You can just find another flint flake, but it would be kind of nice. I guess I could just cut trees down with my axe until it breaks apart, and then I can have the flake back, but I think by the time I do all that, the sun's going to go down and I wouldn't be able to carve anyway. Yeah, I typically don't, when I'm at the river, I don't pick up clay just because I can, if you do enough foraging, you can find a sack and just fill it up with a spade. And it's not like you need a ton of clay. You need probably like 40 to get to level 1, and then after that, there's, you know, like 5 or so crafts that you desperately need. There's molds now, of course, but, you know, these are all like step after step ahead from where I'm at. Now watch the devs remove gaining XP from hitting trees. Okay, still, the method of getting XP is just related to, you know, losing durability on the weapons. They would have to like really change that. I guess, you know, they could look at the source that I don't know. If they take away my maintenance from hitting trees, I'll be, I don't know. The 0 to 1 grind would be a lot more annoying. a lot more annoying. I mean that a lot. But here you are peasing without notice. That's why I need to just peasy every day. People are going to expect me to do it all the time. My full-time job. And I really hope the Riverside reworks are true. I really hope that Riverside gets hit with a giant nuke that burns all the town down. And it's gone forever. Totally serious. Believe everything I tell you. Alright, I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Crazy day one. Decent amount of strength just from hitting the trees and stuff too. Oh, I did not rest despite sleeping the whole night. You do that for Chur and our Russ on the river boardwalk. You're referencing something? I don't know. I don't know. Is the beef against Riverside? Riverside, my time in Riverside has always been terrible. I hung out there one time and all the residents were stinky. They kept trying to get me to eat worms and stuff, and it was just bizarre. Bradford made a map mod and it just a blank plane where Riverside was. I hope so, bro. I think Riverside would be better off if they just copy pasted March Ridge and put it over there. My life would just be 2 times better than it is right now. Next Riverside, we're gonna unstink Riverside. If you mean purge it by burning it to the ground, yes. I'm so serious right now. Okay, maybe I just do push-ups until the sun comes up and then I can do better foraging. Except once I set myself into doing this, I basically commit to an entire day of agony. Okay, what if I only do 1 set of squats? Does that... Maybe I might attempt to limit my exercising. I know I just want to sit here and grind it and click through the menu 1,000 times. What if I just do 1 set? Yeah, I know Chirnaris. I just... what do that to Chir... Oh, is that just like... So you're... It's like a Riverside location you're talking about. I don't know. I'm totally indifferent to basically everything in the whole entire town of Riverside and all burn. It's got a fishing store. Of course, that's a reason to go there. But yeah, I don't know. #1 Riverside hater here. But bro, it has a bar or something. I don't know. Bro, my mom lives in Riverside. Don't burn it down. Don't ever do that. It has a boat club, bro. Yeah, well, you know what else it doesn't have is boats. You know where a boat is in Brandenburg? Way better. A boat club with no boats is just a club. All our moms live in Brandenburg. How'd you know, bro? My mom's in jail. Oh my goodness. Otter come in with a 5. Appreciate you, bro. Although I don't think anyone that just got gifted is in the stream right now. But yeah, either way, big thanks, man. Of course, we got some plans once stable comes around, but I'm sure we'll be playing a lot more. I got potato. Actually got a decent amount of potato seeds. I really should have brought the axe with me and just cut every bush I see down the whole time I'm walking around. I'll do that next foraging session. Lug it around. Now, I don't know. So, deer skull, I think I can smash. It's herbivore, and that might just be level 2. It is, but I got to get my strength up before I do that. So I have a guaranteed way to get bones eventually. But I will need to do some push-ups to start doing that. But I think my next course of action is going to just be continuing foraging, get enough tree branches that I can get my carving to 5. And just kind of scale from there. And something that's nice about that shoreline across the river is just how many bushes there are. Whereas here, they're not really that frequent. They're kind of spaced out. Poison mushroom, don't care. That's a log right there. I probably could do with making some fire here. But we're gonna make our rod and handle with the rod. Then I do assembled knife. This one, do it. Now I can make rod. Do I need anything for this immediately right now? I could make more axes if I wanted. But I think what I want to do is just get my carving up right now. Yeah, we'll just do this. And I do handle. Of course, dice. Yeah, it's already so much quicker getting this done. Alright, I should probably do another round of foraging. I could just eat this potato. Eat the black sage too. Yeah, but I'm going to go around. I said I was going to do this tomorrow, but I'm just going to go and cut stuff down and pick up everything I can possibly eat, so I am not starving to death. No, I'm not going to pick up the bug. Sorry. Oh, you said you were going to pick up everything. And keep an eye on that head durability. I'm pretty sure the axe still doesn't lose durability when you cut bushes down with it. Otter always wins, allegedly. Alright, that is a solid amount of branches. I might be able to get to level 5 with this. Build a base in the forest, eventually. But right now, we're kind of stuck with just sleeping on the chair. Don't have all that much resources to work with immediately. I get enough twine, I get enough axes that I can cut the trees down and actually make some stuff with them. Oh, Raven joining in. Appreciate you, man. 5 on. I know Corona comes in here occasionally. Raven Azur, several names go by. Another person probably seeing in and out on the server when that comes around. I did a Island Z playthrough recently, but I ended up retiring it. So like just in PZ, or is that like a game? I know there's like a island map, if that's what you're talking about. We played on that on like a Ricks to Tricks challenge at some point. Island Z map mod. It's probably the one I'm thinking of then. Got like some ruined buildings. It's a fun map though. Alright, I'm just gonna eat the stale sage. Tank it. It's just a primitive salad where I eat all the ingredients separate and not in a bowl. But now I'm not gonna die of starvation. Alright, I've not forged anything in quite a while here, but my inventory is getting chock full of things. I got a lot of stuff to do carving with. Now it's just going to be a matter of not starving, getting my strength to level 2, smashing the skull. Then I can make a bone hook. Then I can fish. Oh, what's this? Is it food? It's kind of food. Kind of. I probably should be picking up more bugs than I am, though, if I intend on doing any fishing. Would I recommend Vintage Story? I like Vintage Story quite a bit. I think it is... the only reason it's not as known as it could be right now is purely because it's not on Steam. There's some, like, you know, issues that the developer has brought up for their reasons for not having it on Steam right now, but eventually it will be. And I think once that does happen, it's going to explode in popularity. But yeah, I like Vintage Story a lot. I have played it on the channel before. However, I think, you know... in all honesty, people are here because they want to see PZ, so that's one of the reasons I don't play it more often. I've done a lot more off stream. Every single meta event on that island is an ordeal. Yeah, if you don't have, there's only a handful of buildings, so you know, it's depending on your settings, you're going to be dealing with a ton of Zeds just coming piling in on you. Kingsmouth would be a fun, but it would be done most in 3 days. That's like one of the challenge maps, isn't it? That's like actually in just the base game. I haven't played that one in quite a while. All right, we're gonna stop at 9. Let's do handle, that one, rod. This should probably be enough for me to get to 5. I might want to start making axes with my tree branches. Dice. Is indeed enough. Alright, I have all the carving I need. Day 2 to get infinite food. Now it's just a matter of getting my strength up. Kingsmouth even available for you? I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna just let this go rotten. So if I get any more sad from eating stuff, I'm gonna, you know, be stuck with it for quite a while. Eat all these 10-calorie mushrooms. Yeah, we're trying our damn best not to get sad. Here we begin our tree cutting journey. One sapling. Please get through the tree. Nice. All right. I'm not going to use this last axe because I will likely not get through the last tree with that. Do this until it is dark enough that I can go to bed and not wake up in complete darkness. And now I have given myself no knife to work with. Yeah, it is just great. That's life. Still 0 fit, 0 strength. I may want to, so I have been avoiding using the saplings because I have learned that this lean-to structure is actually quite nice to have. But you need an absurd amount of saplings to make it. And to my knowledge, there is no easy way of getting all the required saplings outside of cutting trees down and getting one sapling at a time. And so far I have 3. So this, what, lean to shelter. I can do it with a tarp though. So what is it? Shelter. Yeah, tarp. Then I would only need 1 sapling. Okay, it's actually only 5, so that's not horrible. I'm already, 60% of the way there. Yeah, just any recipe that has these long sticks, it's so annoying to get them. I really wish there was, some interchangeability between tree branches and long sticks, or I don't know, because right now it's like that one takes a while to get to. And there's a fence also that you can, like, this is never going to be made by any player. It takes 6 saplings or 6, long sticks, whichever you have. Or you can just get 2 logs, which, which of those is easier? The 2 logs, of course. See, there's, trees you can cut down that you get 4 logs from. I need 20 tree branches over here. Yeah, I just wish that maybe that you could find saplings more while foraging. Maybe at the same rate that you find tree branches, or at least. Right now, it's like, I haven't used a single sapling for carving, and I only have 3. And I've done almost exclusively just foraging this playthrough so far. Oh, wait, and let me go ahead and try to get to strength 2, or just get on the way. It's quite a foggy day right now, so it's going to be not great for me to forage. Whetstone, go ahead and make one of these. Then I do blade. Assemble knife. Do I not have the handles? Why am I incapable of doing this? Do I not have twine? I probably need twine. And I need a rod. Oh, I have the stick right here. Yeah, some of the drying racks do require a lot of saplings, but those are like a little later into it. I'm not as like peeved by that. The shelter though is like, sleeping outside on the ground on the bench, especially if you're no loot and it just rains at all, you're kind of confirmed to get a cold. And if you have a cold and you're in the woods, you're pretty doomed unless you can, get lucky enough, find mallow. You've tank 10 mallow to the face, you get rid of the cold that way. Go ahead and make 4 twine. Make the knife. Then let me just go ahead and make another knife blade. Be safe. Make him uncharged. That down. That's another tool I got. What's up, Max? Yeah, the pottery wheel is painful to make with no loot. You're forced to forage for the nails, and nails are like nearly impossible to find. You find like nail planks or weapons that have nails like in them almost faster than you find the nails themselves. Like by the time I had enough for the pottery wheel, I had found no less than 6 boxes of screws, as in 600 screws. In the same time it took me to find 4 nails. Kind of insane. Yeah, I really wish that, even if they just made the box of screws that you can find, if they made the rarity of that changed with the singular nails that you can get, it would be so much nicer. So that being said, though, if you do a no loot, you know, kind of thing in a multiplayer environment, you have, you know, several people all doing the foraging. Somebody inevitably gets lucky. It really speeds things up. When I'm just doing it by myself, it's like, it's up to me to get lucky, essentially, right? Which some people might point and say, like, oh, you have streamer luck. Oh, remember the time you got this. Oh, remember whatever. But it's more just a time sink of how long am I going to spend foraging before I actually get lucky enough to find the nails. AKA, when am I going to cheat and give myself them? All I do is cheat, right? Do I have nails right now? How dare you put him in the microwave? Consistently asks for that to be the one spot that Chiquez is not placed. But in the grand old 2026, current year, we're still doing that. I did not bring the axe with me. Flat stone, don't care about that. That is very easy to find on the ground as it is. Add furniture. That would be a bit meme if you could just find a couch in the woods. I do wish that, like, the procedural generated section of the map had some, you know, again, this is like probably asking for a lot here, but, you know, had some buildings or something. It could even be like a very small chance of like some, you know, weird backrooms types of spawns. I think would be pretty neat, but file screws down into nails. And I feel like screws would be interchangeable with nails in a lot of recipes anyway. I think so. On the same thought process of that, what if my 10 strength character can hammer in screws? I'm just, you know, super caveman strength, and I could just hammer them in. My 10 strength character is so strong, he can pile drive the nails in with no hammer. You just fist the screws directly into the boards or whatever. But yeah, I do wish that the screws had a little bit more use. Like, even if you just go into the actual buildings, you can look up screw. They're not used at all. The crafted recipe requirement, screw. Most of these recipes are, by the way, referenced because it's looking for screwdriver and not the screw itself. How do I isolate just screw? Wonder if quotes work or something, but yeah. Like, I think there's bolt weapon. This uses, maybe it doesn't even use screws, man. I mean, there's so very little use as in the current game for screws right now. It's kind of insane. Yeah, I think it's just a matter now of making enough axes to cut trees down and get tree branches that way, because I've got plenty of flakes. And again, napping is one of those skills that no bushcrafter going 0 to 1. Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. I thought I had another axe right here. I am going to be in agony today. Okay, I can definitely make the shelter now. Okay, saplings, we're good. This I can interchange with twine, and I just need rocks and logs now. Good. And then I can go to bed. This doesn't give me any like insulation resistance, but it does protect me if it rains, which is pretty big. Being a hobo with a couch he stole as compared to me having nothing at all and my feet are all scratched up and I'm sleeping on the ground. Also, I didn't steal this chair. I was in the house that I spawned in, aka my own house that I own and I purchased with my own money. Thank you very much. Yeah, there could be... I feel like grass could use some extra uses. Like there's a pillow you can make. I get that maybe, you know, grass and a pillow wouldn't be fantastic, but maybe if you could dry it out or use it instead of feathers, because then you would be able to make a mattress without doing pillows, you know? Yeah, I think just since grass is the grass, this is so easy to get, right? Like, but it's used in practically nothing. What happened to the previous run? What do you mean? Like my having nothing run or whatever? I mean, I'm just trying to like look at some settings that I might use for when build 42 comes around. Stable, that is. Yeah, but I died and it exploded and blew up. That's what happened. But more or less these, I am kind of testing what my first playthrough on stable might look like. I need the twine over here to make the shelter. S for shelter. Ace. Oh. Amazing. I'm gonna put this rotten mushroom far away. This is all like firewood stuff now. Maybe I'll sit down before Virgil has a panic attack. And sleep on a hay bale, why not? Yeah, you can also dry out grass. I get that it's probably going to be a while before I can make the drying rack, but there's a plant drying rack that you can dry grass out on, and but you can't use the dry grass in like any of the pillow recipes, which if you could do that, then you can make the average quality sleeping surface. Because like right now, the only reason I have the average quality sleeping surface is because I brought this chair out here. So whereas if I sleep on this, it's still poor quality. How do I cut that whole tree down and not a single tree branch from it? I don't think I've ever had that happen. Maybe I might. Let's see. I'm gonna take all the campfire stuff and put it down there, which might look a little weird because it's away from my like sleeping area, but I just don't want to burn myself. Counterintuitive, but whatever. Gonna try out short blades. You usually try to get an XP multiplier. I mean, yeah, if you want to try any weapon skill, I would just highly recommend you have a XP multiplier for it. 'Cause grinding through it without it is, you know, pretty painful. That's true for just about every skill, honestly. um, but yeah, I mean, I would not expect that much. I did almost exclusively short blade for like my, you know, first long playthrough that a lot of people uh probably remember me for on Twitch, YouTube, whatever. That was like what I used for the first like year and a half. And it's definitely usable. Like I don't think there's any weapon skill that is totally unusable, but it's just not the best. I don't remember you, of course. Thank you, Max. Let's keep the ego to a minimum. So yeah, severe pain, very tired, very hungry. We got some noodles right now. Is there anything I can eat? I can eat this potato if I cook it. And that's it. Okay, now I can... No, there's really nothing I can do outside of just waiting. I'm witnessing art. You're witnessing the allegations of me being a homeless person just displayed in full view. Yeah, what's stopping you from just doing this in real life right now? Why don't you go into the woods and do this? Well, bro, let me tell you. Because that would suck. I mean, I guess it's summertime right now, so, you know, I wouldn't be, like, freezing to death. I already have plenty to feed myself. I'm not going to starve. And I do feel like they've buffed the hunger values for some of these things. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's just the multiplayer ones. I don't know. I was finding some pretty beefy mushrooms and berries and stuff in multiplayer, but these are still like 4 on average, it seems. So ram skull that is herbivore, I can break it with 2. Honestly, man, it wouldn't be terrible for me to go out to the road here. I feel like it wouldn't be that populated. And then road forage has a 3 times the chance to find trash compared to the pool biome I'm in right now. Like most, if not all, these forest biomes have like a normalized value of. I get that I sound like a giant nerd right now, but like think of like it as a 1 times multiplier to find trash here, and it's 3 times that on the road. All right, that's crafting, that's crafting. Why do I even have this? Crafting, crafting. I can eat these berries, give them to me. That's trash. Bro, I've tried to put that ram skull down like 3 times now. There you go. I'm gonna put the bug here because I'm eventually gonna do fishing with that. Nerd XD. According to my calculations, we run around in the circles for 3 hours, bro. You'll get to fitness 1. Trust me. All right. Stop foraging. I'm not starving. I'm not dying. I'm just tired. What am I capable of doing? Put all this crafting stuff into the house. All right, I'm gonna do some handles while I chill out for a second. And do I need anything with these handles? I need drill plank eventually. Then I don't think I need an owl anytime soon, but I'll go ahead and make one. Then I can do dice. Let's do that until I calm down. Okay, cool. Sit down for a bit more. And now comes the... I don't know what time it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, 3 p.m. Maybe I do... I think I'll just get straight to strength. I don't know. I'll get the fitness level first. This is no joke what I have to do to get to the bones, because otherwise I can't smash the skull. If I'm in agony and I can't sleep tomorrow, I'll just do foraging. Which I for sure am going to be in agony, I think. Sling bag full of food is weighing me down. Yeah, I think burglar should have some type of, I don't know. Burglar, in my opinion, is extremely overrated for, it's what it is. Yeah, Taylor could definitely get short blade. I just think, I wish short blade is personally my favorite weapon type. I just don't think it is, it's definitely the worst in my opinion. I don't know, I could be a bit biased, but I don't think you're stretching the truth and saying that, like, I don't know, considering that, like, the whole, like, top level of short blade, all the blades weigh 1, and then axe has a stone scythe and flint saw that weigh 1 in, 1 shot in, have range bonus, and have more durability, and blah, 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 you know? Just not comparable. They should add the unemployed job. Well, you're in at luck, Max. Because guess what? They did. Yeah, I like short blade. Then long blunt is like, it's kind of like the Mario pick, like just regular. But I do like long blunt. I like it's kind of got like you just have a crowbar in your bag, and if you're a high enough level, it's like you can guarantee take this crowbar out that's full durability and kill like 1,000 things with it before it breaks. Look at this dump. Okay, Mr. Billy Milk. Just insulting my livelihood here. Alright, I'm just signing up to be in agony forever, so. But, I mean, I could go to bed now. Am I just drowsy? I'm tired. I want to get to strength 1 at least. Alright. Hello, agony. Oh, I should have slept on the chair. I slept on the whatever. Okay, wait, I can get 1 set of exercise in before I'm in agony. I don't like the crowbar though because it has great stats. I mean, that's true. I mean, like, especially now you can just make baseball bats. It's not like a huge seller or anything, but I just like the reliability of the crowbar, especially like early game. If you find a crowbar, you're set for so long. Like, not a question of, oh man, I hope my weapon doesn't break. Oh man, I hope, you know, I have something that I can just reliably take out and hit people with for the first week of the game. Yeah, bro, they need to add dental pain. They need to add shoe sizes. I picked up the wrong pair of shoes and now my feet hurt because I'm wearing them incorrectly. Yeah, you can't find a hammer stuck in Zeds though. You can find a crowbar stuck in Zeds. I don't even really need to pick up tree branches anymore. I already have like a million. Well, actually, the sun's up right now. I can just do carving. Let me pick up an entire tree. Yeah, this kind of inconsistent though. I mean, hell, you can find like stone hammer on some like survivor Zeds or whatever, but nah, it definitely happens. The crowbar can even be impaled now. It's not just like the same like back spawn that it always was. There's a few more the varieties of ways that weapons are impaled now. Like 42.3 and 42.0 or whatever. I feel like there were certain weapon types that you just never saw spawned in Zeds, but they've just added in like a ton. Yeah, we're getting ready for stable. These are pretty much going to be the settings that I play with when that comes around. Of course, this save isn't meant... It's not built to last, so... but more or less, once stable shows up, I'll probably be doing a very similar playthrough to this. Alright. Let's do just carving, I guess, until I'm no longer agony. Yeah, so that's the thing about the bread knife, like the first 100 times that you see the bread knife, you fall for it. But at some point you just know to recognize the bread knife for what it is. There's no like mistaking it for a katana. But it is pretty deceiving. The one that gets me though is the pool cue. The pool cue is much longer than the bread knife, and the pool cue has like a black base and then like a white kind of, not blade, but you know, the pointed part of it is white, so it kind of looks like a katana when it's covered in blood. Anything change when the sale comes out? I mean, I am not the person to tell you, because I am not a dev, I'm not a beta tester, but I mean, there'll definitely be changes. What they might include, I have no clue. Yeah, the bread knife is useful because you can melt it down, but it's more so just like the, oh man, this weapon might actually be a long blade. This weapon might be useful to me in this very moment when I take it. You know, like it's like a hatchet or something, but no, it's a pathetic little short blade knife that, you know, might last for, you know, 10 to 20 hits. Can't wait for Stone Scythe meta. I despise that weapon. I have no idea how the Stone Scythe and the Flint Saw have not been nerfed yet. The Stone Scythe, in my opinion, should have like the same stats as like the fucking bread knife, bro. What's up? Starting a new run, what happened? I'm just, you know, trying out some settings that I might use when stable comes around. So I did all of the setup, all the, you know, picking that goes on in this stream. So we're just doing a little bit of play test. Of course, you know, what we're seeing right now isn't a whole lot different from most of the other playthroughs that you've seen me do, where I'm in the woods with nothing, eating bugs. I drink pool water or pond water. But yeah, this is more or less come stable what I plan on doing. What can I do? I am agony still. I guess I can just look for more food. I despise all blunt weapon users. I don't know. See, it's not even like a weapon class thing. It's just that weapon in particular is a standout for the axes. And it near invalidates, you know, the whole point of like short blade is that, oh, the weapons are light, right? So I can swing them for a long time. Well, now axe just has that too. And axe has more range. And axe has an easier crafting recipe. And axe does more damage. It's like and. It's the scythe and the flint saw. They have identical stats, and they are the standout in terms of their weapon balance. And it's been like that since 42 launched for whatever reason. Like now I just have this little like fly swatter looking thing that one-shots zombies, and I can make it out of rocks. Poison berry. Get it out of here. You can learn the very poisonous stuff, right? That's a thing. Probably just making this stuff up, but I know like finding the magazine itself is one of the, if not the rarest, like category of things to forage. Let me just scratch myself in this tree. Oh my gosh, blueberries. Yeah, that's the... I mean, I took the bushcrafter, so I can tell which ones are poisonous, but like if you do find like these specific berries, the blueberry looking ones, they are always good. But yeah, like you're saying, the blueberries like this they can be poisonous. In my game right now, they're not, but... These are another, like, never poisonous thing. And then there's the winter. I feel like winter is actually one of the better seasons to look for berries in, honestly, funny enough. Is the beauty berry and winter berry are always good. And you can't even find this, you know, multicolor berry in the winter. Yeah, the poison ivy berries, like the white ones or whatever, they can and also cannot be poisonous. Like in the same game instance, sometimes they're poisonous and sometimes they're not. So like, I think back at my base, I might even have some still that I can eat. But if I find them again, there's a chance that they'll, you know, kill me if I eat them. I can find during winter. You can find the hollyberry though. The hollyberry is 100% chance to be poisonous, and you can even cut trees down, I think, and find them that way. Whereas, like in the summertime, you'll never find the berries from cutting trees down. A rat must have peed on the ones that I killed, or the ones that kill you. Very, I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on with these. Yeah, like these berries right here. These are fine, but potentially I could find these same berries and they could be poisonous. So if you don't have the magazine or you don't have the knowledge to tell which ones are poisonous, just don't ever eat these. They will, you know, there's no reason to risk it. Or do, you know? What's life without a little gambling? Alright, I am not in agony. Maybe I can actually go to bed tonight. Alright, what is probably going to rot here the fastest? I think probably this. And one of these berries, I don't know. You want to see how pathetic berries are for, like, gaining weight? I could eat this entire stack of 26 and then go to bed and not gain any weight at all. Oh wait, I just nuked my pain by doing that. Nice. Like that. I feel like Black Sage didn't do anything in the past, and now I'm having seen that actually did quite a bit. I might actually dry out Black Sage and use it if that's how it works now. Oh, you're good, Steve. Don't worry about it. Carve bowls from logs or something for easy berry salad. That would be nice, but saying the carving bowls from logs, like I do agree. Like if I could just have a bowl right now, amazing. But I think pottery has like near nothing going for it right now. Like if there were some type of pottery bench that I can make and just like, you know, fast track myself to using the clay I currently have to make it, that I think that would be cooler. But the pottery bench is one of the most grief things to get because it takes nails, and that is super annoying. So, you know, maybe if there's some type of primitive pottery crafting station, does not require this, or maybe we get rid of this requirement somehow. I don't know. But as it stands, it's one of the worst leaps in tech that you can do in a primitive playthrough. More effective is used in teas too. Yeah, I just think in the past Black Sage didn't really do anything, or at least in my experience it wasn't. But like I just ate, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them right there, and I was in severe pain, and I went down to minor. Nails are so easy to get. Look at this guy thinking that I'm lucky. I mean, you can dry out Black Sage, can't you? If you dry it out, it won't ever go bad. Rod. Do it. Wait, do I want to do that? Is there anything I need tree branches for right now? Because I could make axes, right? If I have flint flake, but I probably don't. Yeah, I don't. And I already have a decent amount of axes, I'm pretty sure. They're somewhere. Yeah, 3 of them. All right, we're chilling. Can't we make dowels instead is beyond me for low level things. I feel like just the pottery bench, you know, you could just change that to twine. Like, I get that looking at this, it doesn't look like it's held together with rags or twine or whatever, but like the nail requirement is very grief. Yeah, I mean, you can make a bucket with carving, but you can't just make something that's you know, similar bucket shaped but smaller without the handle on it that you use for. Nah, but I don't know. It usually like the justification for something weird is just so that there can be another like stupid skill or whatever, you know. Like just the stream, it constantly gets brought up, but like the existence of tracking, like what does tracking do? What if we combine tracking and trapping together to make it hunting or something? And then you can track an animal to level up your hunting skill so that way you can make traps. Like no, instead they're just completely separate and you know isolate instances of just you know semi-useful things that the player is probably never going to do because they're you know either grief to get into or way too time consuming to get online. Gotta pee, can you pause, man? I'll just eat these berries at 1 time speed so I can actually drink water and stop talking for a second. Need to buff meat more. They need a on that subject. They need to buff specific types of meat. They need to buff beef. They need to buff lamb. They need to buff pork, rabbit, and fish. Those are fine. Those work totally as intended. I think they're great. But the animals that you can, you know, the AI animals outside of rabbits, they blow ass. They're useless. Outside of I guess you know, sheep's for wool and cows for milk. They can make butter. Of course, they have leather, but you can't eat leather. Not like. Yeah, need we consult the YouTube polls I have of which of these options has more calories in them? One fish or an entire adult cow? The answer is always going to be the fish, man. It's always going to be the fish. It's... All right, I can do a set of push-ups. Look at that. The sun's going down, and I'm not in pain. How about that? You need to add animal fat, tallow. They could have like butchering give you lard. You know, that would actually be a source of that. I've seen a track his kill go up, but I can never determine why or how. It's because you were sneaking and you're just near an animal. So if you're ever just like walking down the street and sneaking and there just so happens to be like a rabbit like 100 tiles off the screen, you'll get tracking skill. Or if you're foraging near one and you see like animal tracks. It's a skill that can go up completely unintentionally, but like outside of I don't know, the small amount of dopamine you get from having XP drops, it's totally useless. Be able to make a pottery bench low level and it breaks in like 6 craft because the items being used to make it. There should definitely just be like a primitive pottery, you know, station you can make. Oh my goodness, yeah, gunshot right directly next to my ear. That's what we need right now, game. Where's our fruit press and juice and brewing station? I mean, they talked about bows too, but that's been something that's been pushed off. Hey man, how do we know it was a real gunshot and not my own schizophrenic manifestations of the world being terrible, so I run off into the woods? Alright, so I ate like 20 berries and a bunch of other crap, right? And instead of losing 0.648 kilograms, I lost 0.646. It's very useful that I ate those berries, right? So I guess I go straight back into my push-up grind so I can smash the skull and then I can get bones. That's what we're doing. Rad, when are you releasing the stable build? You know, of course that is totally up to me. And I'm actually waiting for you to give me $1,000. That's what it's going to take, Max. Scaring off all the fish with my mind. I'm just going to stare directly into the water and use my telepathic capabilities. My Aquaman stuff to communicate with the fish. You don't have money? Well, guess what, buddy? You're not going to have the stable build either until you pay up. I've given you my demands. Might end up being a weird day for sleep because I'm in regular pain and it's getting kind of dark, but it could also just be the clouds. But I will get to strength 2 today, it looks like. And then I can smash the skull, get bone fragments, get the bone fishing hook. Alright, I'm done exercising, it seems. Brad is the dev. When he isn't first in the rat race, he'll release an update that breaks everyone's saved. Of course, yes, that's exactly... No, it's not like that's what more or less happened to me. Yeah, but I'm such a spiteful guy that I just intentionally break other people's games for that very reason. Yeah, see, here's the poison ivy berry, but this time it's poisonous. Same game state. Not even computer restart, like just same play session too. Oh, you know what? I'm still looking for berries. I should probably be looking for stones so I can get more flint flakes and cut more trees down. As well as just leveling mapping in general so I can get to the large stone axe. Anyone excited for GTA 6? Of course, bro. I can't wait to buy it on PC. Bro, I can't wait for GTA 6 on Nintendo Switch. Nah, but all seriousness, I don't have... I had a PS4 way back in the day. And actually, somebody busted into my college apartment and stole it from me. The Realism Light mod, is that the one that makes you have to pee and stuff? I've not tried it, but I think I've seen it. Yeah, PS4 was like the, I think, last console that I feel like everyone had. That one sold very well. Like 360, Xbox 360 that is, I feel like most people had that. Most everyone had like some type of Wii. Adds shadows for trees based on the sun and other lighting effects. I've not seen that then, no. Alright, how can I get 500 strength? I am in agony. I think it's just impossible. I still have a 360 Elite. Yeah, I have like the white one or whatever. It's just in like my parents' basement right now or something. So I would need to, you know, drive to get that, but I do have it somewhere. What do you mean it's in your parents'? You live in your parents' basement, wow. Oh my god, how did you know, man? How did you know? Is it that obvious? Bro, did I not find a single flint flake? I did not. Well, I can just cut trees down, I guess. Already in agony, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I was playing some Switch yesterday. Not Switch 2, Switch 1. Alright, I'm getting quite the log collection right now. I'll be able to make some type of building. Oh, tired. D42 stable bait. Hey man, I am pretty sure you know exactly when it's coming out, but I'm not baiting anyone. I'm just saying it's loading, you know? We're in the waiting room. We're all in this together. Of course, me being a secret dev beta tester guy that is responsible for all updates, and, you know, I'm just putting it off. It's all my fault. This is totally true, and you should believe me. Trust me, bro. Alright, agony, tired, high exertion. I can cut this tree down and make myself more exhausted, so potentially making myself get tired faster, so long as I don't sit on the ground. If I get tired faster, I can go to bed earlier because I can't go to bed right now or do anything really. Only console I really play still is 3DS. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, it had been a while since I had even turned my Switch on, but I did have some people that were wanting to play, like, Animal Crossing. I was hoping that they would add in, like, a lot more new fish to catch, but it seemed like it was just the same stuff, so there's just, like, a slow content drip going on in that game for, like, real-world events, like Christmas or whatever. Game Boy procrastination? Game Boy was hype, man. Yeah, I'm sure just about everyone is looking forward to having a playthrough that doesn't just get immediately broken by, you know, some updates. So we'll see another Radford 10-year playthrough here in the future. Yeah, that's what this stream is, testing out some of the settings. Of course, right now, you're witnessing is just me trying to get tired so I can go to bed. Let me sleep, please, bro. Alright, what if I just sit here and fast forward, right? That would work. There we go. Alright, one final set of push-ups. Bro. Okay, 2 final sets of push-ups. I grew a beard. Okay, 3 final sets of push-ups. Thank you. Right now, I can smash the skull. Actually do it twice. Then I take the bone fragments, I sharpen one. And then I do this, bone fishing hook. Break my knife in the process, that's fine. Wait, is that my only knife that I just broke? I think it might be. No, I have another one. Spooky. Yeah, somebody just getting their, I don't know, lungs tore out across the river. That's EO. I have these teeth that are so useful to me. Oh boy. Well, what if your teeth fall out and you need to replace them with animal teeth? What if? What if, bro? Okay, and then I do rod, make it. And I do a make fishing rod. Oh my god, I've done it. And I don't know what day it is because I don't have a watch. But if I have to guess, it's the, like, 7? I don't know. I'm guessing by my weight loss. So, with the fishing rod, of course I can catch fish, but more importantly, I can catch trash. I have the tin can. Tin can I can fill up with water and I can boil it and I can have water that I can actually drink, despite me actually, I don't have any problems drinking the water right now for some reason. Not starving at night now, I'm good. I meant the bones. Oh. He needs to drop the early access title. There's some, I don't know. I get what you're saying, but like some stupid reason to still have it on. Replace the teeth with gold teeth made from all the looted jewelry. You want me to have some grills? They looked at their midsummer metric and saw some serious fall off and were passing for their marketing department, figuring to stay about. I mean, PZ is like consistently one of the games on Steam that just has like 20,000 concurrent players or whatever. I don't think they're having like any issue uh drawing in new people. Of course, like once Stable's out, there's gonna be a lot more like people making videos, people doing all this like free advertising for them essentially. So I mean, hell, I'm here. So I mean, most, if not all of you guys have already bought the game, so. Amiibo. I'm waiting for Build for 43 to come out. Yeah, I think Fire was mentioned to have been reworked, but it is actually just the same as Build 41. There's no difference. Nice, there's just a big thing of grass in my campfire. Oh, can I not take the grass out now that they can't? No, I can. Alright, so I've got... Where's my water? Water, and then I have notch plank, and I can throw 1 million twigs in here. 164 dice. 90 twigs. 19 splinters. 3 broken handles. I can put them all in one at a time. Very good, Virgil. Nice. I basically saved myself 3 logs of fuel by doing that. Am I eating grass? Yeah, bro. What else would I be doing with it? Of course, man. I get to play this minigame. Oh boy, I can't wait to have 30 milliliters of water. Yes. Yeah, I've had like, Molotov fires that I started months in the past or whatever, and then I come back and there's just like a random zombie that's still on fire or whatever. It's a bit silly that they don't go away when you're unloading them. I mean, if the zombie is loaded at all, I'm pretty sure the fire will go out. It's just a matter of like if you like, you know, set a fire in West Point and you leave, then there's a, you know, pretty high chance that it's just going to stay there until you come back. I mean, if you want to like avoid that happening entirely, maybe start a fire and then don't go back until it's raining, because then, you know, any of the tiles that are outside will get put out much quicker. I'm pretty sure rain influences it. At least in my experience, it does feel that way. That is it. I really should have been picking up more bugs, haven't I? Now, I don't really need to do this to gain weight, but I do want to just like attempt to get the fishing level up alongside getting a protein bonus so I can have an easier time leveling strength. Yeah, there could be a lot more instances in the game currently that use the radial, like, menu that exists for vehicles and firearms and stuff. Yeah, I feel like the current fishing, like this fishing minigame, I get that I'm like skipping it by standing off the shore, but the whole fishing mechanic in PZ is pretty low tier in my opinion. It's not implemented in a great way. But I do like that they're making an effort to change it. You know, it's not like Build 41 where I go up and next to the tile for water and just click fish and, you know, wait for the fishing to happen, you know. I think it's better now, but okay, why would I get sad from? It's because I didn't slice it. I can't slice it, it's too small. I guess now I'm just gonna be depressed. It's over for me. My life is ending. Did you hear Build 42 Stable is going to release? No clue, bro. It's actually entirely up to me for that to happen. They're waiting for me to, you know, give them the green light. Did Snake join as a dev? I'm not... Oh, like the Snake mod pack guy? I'm not sure. I have heard about that. It's like a rather large mod that added in like uh animals that you could find and cut up and stuff. I just skipped to build 43. I'm gonna skip so far into the future, you won't even know what's being added to the game. I'm just playing oids at a rate that is unheard of. Never before seen. Alright, let's see. Did I get a protein bonus from all of those fish? Or am I still a pathetic loser that gets negative rates? Okay, I get a regular rate. Or maybe I already ate too much protein. The world may never know. And I'm in too much pain to do anything. Damn it. Rick also a Zomboid dev. Unbelievable that he would do that. Oh my god, bro. Just release Build 42 already. What is taking so long? Just release Build 43. Just release NPCs. Hurry up, man. Okay, well, I guess my pain is going up, so it's actually over for me. I'm gonna go to bed by the time the sun comes up, and I don't know, man. Maybe I just don't sleep tonight. Colonize the zombie gaming space? But you really missed out on making Killing Floor a franchise that can sell games in this current year. Because that game was very British. And now it is very bad. Okay, I think I'm just not going to go to bed. What does that mean to me? If I don't go to bed, what can I do with my life? Basically nothing, it looks like. I can probably build something. I have 36 logs. What do I do with 36 logs? That's like 9 walls. Log, what can I do with them? I can make stairs. That doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, I think I kind of have to go to bed. But I go to bed, and bro, it's just gonna be dark when I wake up. Maybe I'll do fishing. I'll just suffer through finding bait with no stamina. Fine. Loads of money. All right, cool. Now I have that. My food is going bad. I'm just going to eat everything. Loads of money. Yeah, why do British not say Muppet and stuff as like an insult anymore? What happened to that? It's a classic V2. If you're one of the 6 remaining people that play Killing Floor, you know what that means, but... Well, I'm getting blasted by ads. No, you're not. I don't have... there's manual ad roll, or if you're constantly clicking on and off the stream, you probably are getting ads, but... That's not up to me. That's just up to... I don't know. Me being a monetized YouTuber, I guess. Do you want me to swear a whole bunch so I get demonetized? Talk about controversial topics like my thoughts on you as a person. Max, I think they should lock you up in a cage and poke you with sticks that are sharpened. Let me actually look for insects. Let's be smart. Bradford is cursing again. Hey man, I actually think I don't curse all that often. Because at one point I made like an effort to... I felt like I was just using the word like fuck as like an interjection to like talking. Similar to how I just said like in that sentence. And that's also another bad thing. I made an effort to stop doing that. Increase my vocabulary somewhat. The ads are touching you inappropriately? How dare they? We gotta do some Bobby Hill self-defense to those ads. What a time to join the stream when I'm looking for bugs to not eat, to feed to the fish, so that way I can eat, not the bugs to eat the fish. Sure takes effort to not use the F word. I mean, just like swearing in general, and I said like again, I don't want to do that, but to change your, you know, regular vocabulary, it does take some mental effort. Alright, I have 2 bugs out of that, which means or 3 bugs. 3 fish. I don't know what time it is. Stream started 2 hours ago? Okay, well, that's your fault, BM. Billy Milk. For being so immersed in your Zomboid sex mods that you forget to tune into your favorite streamer ever. Yeah, I know you're in your freaky goon cave. I actually play with a mod that makes all the zombies naked because in real life, some of the zombies would be naked. Guys, I don't get it. I take all my character's clothes off and he still has underwear on. How do I take the underwear off? Oh my god, how hard is it to find a bug in the woods? I found 1 termite. Anti-Mongolian slurs. What do you... There's like Mongoloid. How is Mongoloid just an insult and not a slur? How are you like even allowed to say that word? I'm not like walking the wrong way, am I? Oh, I'm good. How did you know what mods I use? I just know, bro. I have like a Gooner radar that I can just... I'm really in tune with it. Because clearly as a naked zombie mod user myself, it's easy to pick out in the wild. So what's the next big thing in the pipeline for Zomboid? I mean, I would hope it's a better implementation of like current existing features, such as crafting. But I don't want to sound like too, you know, Black Pill Doomer or whatever on the subject. But if you're asking me where I think Zomboid is going, I think they are trying to sell it. to some, you know, AAA buyer or whatever. Or at least, you know, make their game a lot more marketable to, you know, that type of audience. But maybe I'm thinking about it too much. Maybe. Please let us fuel and light crafting stations like campfires. So funny enough, if you go into my Discord, I actually did post a primitive survival guy. You know that guy that's like shirtless in the woods and he's just like making a house out of like mud or whatever. And that's like, he doesn't like talk, but he has like a, you know, fire starter that he makes with clay. No pottery station, by the way. But if there were like some type of, you know, primitive fire starter that you can make that isn't, you know, from build 41, that also is like this thing, you'll come to hate the notched plank if you ever do any type of primitive playthrough, you know, like this, because it's RNG to even start it. You can't use it when you're exhausted. And also, if you don't like bump up the campfire to, you know, you have 8 hours essentially of time to work with before you have to either, you know, keep refilling it, otherwise your fire goes out, or you have to go through that whole starting the fire mini game again. All right, let me actually get some fishies. I wish there were some type of craftable fire starter, because I mean there is technically one, but it takes batteries. So there's this stupid thing. Or is it improvised lighter? Okay, it's not only that it takes batteries, the electrical wire. Getting this is so annoying. Because you can forge batteries like somewhat consistently. You can get duct tape and adhesive tape every like once in a blue moon. But this, you only get this from power strips. Mantle power bar for electrical wire. It is very bad. Getting this is molding level of RNG. Yeah, if you had, like, Vintage Story has that mechanic where if you have a campfire that's been used rather recently, you can just put a log back in it and it starts automatically. Like, the whole fire starting mechanic as it exists is, I think, it could do with an overhaul. I'm just bad at starting. Yeah, just get luckier, bro. Yeah, I think also with the leather tanning, you should be able to make a saddle, and then you can put the saddle on a chicken. But I think flint and steel is a pretty good craftable item. I mean, hell, there's a magnesium fire starter, isn't there? Yeah, there's this thing. Chicken jockey? One of these has to be big enough. It is. Slice. Slice. Why would they want to sell the game? To make money and not have to do any work anymore. I mean, like, I don't know about you, but like, do you think the guy that made MySpace is doing a whole lot of anything anymore? He just, he made a lot of money and he dipped. Stable is a scam. Okay, I said stable loading. We're in the waiting room. Are you speeding up, reeling in the fish? I am doing a combination of things. So I'm speeding up the game. So like if I sit here and wait, it'll be a while. But if I sit here and fast forward, it will resume normal speed once the fish is like being caught, right? So cast the line and I immediately fast forward, right? And then the game resumes normal speed during this section. But since I'm standing far enough off the shore, e.g. exploiting, I don't have to play like the ending minigame or whatever during that section. Just fast forward through both sections of it. Just usual cheater stuff. Hey man. You want me to do another Flint Scythe, Flint Saw, use and abuser streamer number 697? There's hella things that you can just break in this game. And I'm just doing one of them. It's okay, bro. I'm gonna pray for you tonight and you'll go to heaven no matter how many times you cheat. Thank you, bro. That means so much to me. Yeah, not only that, it's just like I don't think the minigame is really fun to be in. Like if I just do it like regular. Like they could really just like completely rip off like Stardew Valley's keep it in the middle thing here, but like just the whole like keep it from going to the right. I don't know. I feel like it's not very engaging. Why am I in the woods anyways? Because there's 1 million oids in the town. No, bro. Debug mode is not there right now. Yeah, or I can just not play the minigame. And also the whole, like, this, you know, exploit is very nice for getting the trash. Like, otherwise I actually am just sitting here waiting. I mean, I don't even think it would matter if I, were on the shore for trash anyway. So I don't have to fight it. Yeah, so, I mean, it's the same difference. And you want this mainly so you can get fishing net. Because these, eventually you can turn them into nails. And then the tin cans you can get your water from. And if you're unlucky like me, that's also how you can get a water bottle to start off with. Do I have inventive? I don't. Yeah, I don't usually... I've taken inventive in the past, but more often than not, like, if you're gonna grind to get skills anyway, it's like you're already kind of... It is helpful for some recipes, I'll admit. I don't want to cook any of this stuff. I think... Yeah, these are just gonna be fishing lures for me. Trash. This is more or less trash. Well, I don't know if angler influences it, but getting the wire from this stuff, I think you get it at 6, and leveling up fishing isn't horrible with the skill bonus. And getting to 6 or whatever is, you know, typically where you're gonna want to get anyway to, you know, because like before that, all the fish I'm catching, if I had nutritionists or whatever, these are all like, I don't know, 200 average for weight gain. I don't typically have any issues leveling up fishing. Now, if I did a run with no angler, you know, I would have, not only would I have 4 more points to spend, but I would maybe take inventive or whatever, intuitive. So I think in my, you know, 3-year long run I didn't have a bonus to it. Back then, of course, fishing was a little easier. You could catch larger fish at lower levels. But I got to like 4 or 5 in that whole time. I never grinded it. But I didn't need to, and I didn't have a bonus. Nowadays, I definitely think you should take a fishing bonus if you can fit it in. I might just go to bed hungry. Researching broken net. Yeah, that's probably how I've done it in the past, but yeah, I've had no issues getting nails that way. Pretty easy. Alright, I want to today try to get a protein bonus. Where am I at? I get 6. Eat a fish. So I get 6. Eat another fish. So I get 6. Another fish. Still get 6. Still get 6. Still get 6. All right, maybe I'll rest here a little bit longer. Something tells me I might have overshot the protein. It's a very possible thing. And if that's the case, then I guess I just have to go back to doing squats. Yeah, I've not... I mean, I know you get some of those recipes from the fishing guide. Maybe if you're like, you know, playing some super specific multiplayer instance, it might be worth taking, but I don't, just having angler at all on any class has been easy enough for me. Yeah, I think I overshot it. I gotta purge myself. No, actually, I did not. Now I'm getting the bonus. There we go. I'll eat a couple more. Just to solidify myself into it. Yeah, but now I get 9. I basically get a 50% increase to my protein. And there is no fitness equivalent to this. What does overshooting the bonus mean? It means I get like a sub-maximal multiplier. I get 7.2 experience per push-up instead of 9. Yeah, if you go over, you don't get the bonus. But so that's why I had 6 experience that whole time, and I was just eating protein until I saw this change to 9. And if you don't have this RuneScape experience bar, you are kind of forced to, you can still look at these and just do 1 push-up and wait until you see that it changes by 9 each time. So like it went up by 9, and you have to sit here and just massage the tiny square to see what it is. So I mean, that's just more reason to have this overlay. Why does it work that way? Because protein builds muscle, bro. What a crazy thing to think. I mean, I don't think nutrition has any problems. I think it just is a unused, like there's carbs and fat don't do anything for you outside of gain weight. Which, I mean, admittedly, in real life, they don't really do a whole lot besides that either, but... No, the overshooting part, bro. So there's a range of protein that's good for you. By debug mode open, each of these, all the food here has like some calorie number assigned to it, and that calorie number is derived from carbs, fats, and protein. So fish are just essentially a bunch of protein. You eat that and you try to get your protein value in between 50 and 300. That's like where you're considered good. And when you're good, you have a 50% bonus. If you go over that bonus of 50 to 300, you can go all the way up to 1,000. You get you don't get a negative bonus, you get like a sub-maximal. But I would get 7.2 experience per push-up instead of 9. They don't fill up nicely. I mean, yeah, I liked the build 41 squares better. This is actually a mod. I don't remember what it is, but it's like some twist on fire, better character stats or something. It's like that. But it basically makes it so that, like, if I have the entire skill sheet open, there's no scroll wheel. Like, and I can just have this all on my screen at the same time without, you know, it being extremely grief. And it also just eliminates, so the main reason it can do that is because it eliminates the gap in between all the skills that does exist in current build 42 vanilla. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think just giving yourself nutritionist is really cheating. I feel like it's just because, I mean, there are mods out there that people typically play with that it's just like, oh, I know my character's, you know, current calorie or protein or whatever, and I don't feel like that's like necessarily out there because, like, you know, cheating either. But I mean, I don't even really feel like you can cheat in a single player game to begin with, but people will come in here and tell me I'm cheesing the game or whatever. Or take nutritionist as, well, okay, speed demon is just a bad trait for, I don't know, speed demon is a bit of a meme. It can be cool for like towing, but that's about it. It has like some pretty minor usage. Stop fence cheesing. Well, you're cheesing the game by having a fence. Just fight the zombies head on with no strength. Do it, bro. PZ Fox only finalist nation, more or less. I mean, if anything, I am playing the game that way. In the woods, no food, no house, no generator, no car, no happiness. Just me and the fish. Not to mention, I did like a whole no shoes, no anything. Only sadness. Hog and ball torture. Okay, well, now it's raining, so that's cool. But I have the lean-to shelter, so I won't get wet. And I'm in severe pain, so I can't go to bed. Bro, you need a generator. Why do you not have one? I mean, let's be real, Billion Milk. What else is out here? I have nothing, bro. It's just me in this fitness exercise menu, clicking through it. And sitting on the ground occasionally. Now I'm going to bed, right when the sun comes up. Did I debug those logs? No, actually, there's like trees you can cut down, and I got them that way. There are, Mr. Lorax, please use your calculator to cut the calculate how many trees there are. fresh habanero, fresh grape leaves, fresh mallow, fresh berry. Let's do a set of squats. And I'm going to sit on the ground and eat it all. Alk grows in Riverside? I am not, bro. Don't ever accuse me of doing something like that. How dare you? Hi, bro. I was wondering when you were going to do a playthrough in my favorite town ever. It's called Riverside. It's by the river, and guess what, bro? It even has a fishing shop where you can go in and eat the worms. That's my favorite activity to do as a Riverside resident. That's what you sound like. All right, we're looking at my entire day of squatting. Okay, maybe not entire day of squatting, but like I did majority squats that day, and I got less strength or less fitness. This is stupid level. And I look at my rate of getting fitness versus my rate of getting strength. I get 4. Less than half. Which okay, well I'm back to 6, but that's because I am not eating fish. Where am I then? I'm at Falls Lake, bro. Open the map, bro. Where are you at? I'm here. I'm in... So, like, PP Lake or whatever is, like, the dongle is, like, here. And then I'm that way. So what are my carving materials looking like? I could have just been doing this the whole time. Rod. Do it. How dare you break my knife blade. Do it. Assemble. Oh, don't tell me I don't have a handle. That's more or less exactly what happened. Alright. That's okay. We can go out and find flakes today. Oh my god, bro. I love Riverside so much. My favorite thing to do is, first off, I go and eat the worms. And then after that, I feel like I become the worms. So then I go to the pig farm and I eat a bunch of the pig poop. Because that is what if I were a worm, I would be. Yes, that's me when I'm at Riverside. Why yes, Riverside Police Station with your one officer. Pull up the file on Billion Milk. I feel like there have been several reports of a resident going around to the yards and digging up all the worms and eating them in front of all the children and scaring them. They've been frightening the children. Please arrest this man. Fully projecting? Bro, when is the last time you've seen me in Riverside? Name all 10 times I've been to Riverside. By the way, impossible task because I don't go there. Oh my god, I didn't realize I was just in a call with the Riverside Protector number 400. Bro, you don't get it, man. Riverside is my favorite town ever. I love it. With a dog leash? Oh my goodness. Somebody being freaky with the dog leash. Literally, Billy Milk was here. Black Sage, I can probably use that. I mean, I kind of want to just experiment with this and see... Wait, I have the seeds too. I should maybe try growing it. See how fast it grows at 5 times growth speed. Okay, see, you're gonna blame me for projecting when now people are inventing stories about me getting rejected from prom from some Riverside like people. So first off, massive mistake in assuming that people at Riverside actually have an education and go to school. That could not be farther from the truth. There's no prom, there's no school. I guess maybe with the illiterate allegations, you could make some ties to me going there. But that's simply false. I would never be caught dead in that stinkhole of a town. Alright, trowel. Trowel. That's how you spell trowel. Oh my god, I'm being terrible at it. Well, this isn't even what I want. I want to do handle, right? Hold up. Let's not forget this. Handle. Not the antlers. I might need that for something else. Do that. Then I make the blade. There we go. Alright, very nice. Then I want to do... I already make the trowel. I might have... No. Trowel, and I do spade. Very nice. I'll put these things on the ground. I think I already had some. I'll grow potato. I'll grow... I guess I didn't have black sage. Maybe I put them somewhere else. I don't really have... I guess I can use this for my watering can. Maybe I should drop some of this stuff off first before I just have max exertion this whole time I'm doing this. Is Riverside based on a real city like Moldra? I mean, I don't know. I know Moldra is, but according to Otter, it might be real. Otter's so smart and he knows everything, of course, bro. Bug. Food. Parsley. Alright, I'm gonna sit down. This guy is so mean to me. Bro, I just complimented your intelligence and you think I'm insulting you. But yeah, Otter is the stupidest person ever. He doesn't know anything. Don't believe what he says. Is that what you want to hear? Potato, potato. Can't come to my birthday party. Joke's on you, bro. I wasn't gonna go anyway. Oh, he just keeps being mean to me for no reason. I'm gonna cry tonight. Thinking about this moment. Okay, using the water bottles, this is very slow. I mean, I guess if I had like a ton of them. Just get a okay, you're right. I could just carve a bucket. You know. Well, I'm already almost done. Hey man, well now you know, and everyone here knows to not use water bottles to water your plants because it takes a long time. Oh my god, bro, I already knew that. You don't need to tell me. Okay, I have a lot of noodles. Let's do some of them. And just sit on the ground to get rid of that one. Eventually. There you go. I can eat that and nettles and the not rotten food here. Very stale. Okay. Maybe I can't get rid of it entirely, but... I'm not gonna starve. Okay, cool. I put the spade up. Bro, I am a genius. I know everything there is about this game, including making a bucket. Make a wooden bucket. Right, there we go. Now I can water the plants slightly more efficient than last time. What was I gonna do here? Rods is probably rod. Do it. gonna do handles. Move where these antlers are. I mean, is there anything antler specific? Antler. Tapping tool. I mean, I guess I'll just make it. Do the dice. Wilderness Zomboid Peak Survival or Burbs better? I think Wilderness is just the way to go, especially with all the new crafting stuff. And I think it was already pretty fun in Build 41. It's just amplified. There's a lot more to do now. I think peak Zomboid, though, with the update is building yourself up from nothing. So, aka no shoes, no shirt, no nothing. Which, honestly, I'm not totally against doing. So, how this would have been different for me had I spawned in with no clothes, I would be a lot colder. I would have to have the fire going constantly. I would have scratches on my feet the whole time. But I have the fishing rod, right? So then I would be able to get rags. I have like a grand total of, I don't know, 1 rag. I more or less, I think what I would end up doing is I should probably just take tailoring in some way. Because it would be a massive time save. I wouldn't have to just get rags over and over again from fishing to make enough, I don't know, bandanas or whatever it is to get to level 1 so I can make the shoes. Because the shoes, getting shoes isn't the worst if you have tailoring. You can just do it with twine. Like this. If you have level 1, you can just get this. Not bad. But, or foot wraps is actually, yeah, this one you don't even need a recipe for, but you need thread. Yeah, thread is the, now you can use twine. But yeah, you need a bone needle is the thing. Yeah, if you ever stomp, you get like 4 stomps with these things before they break. They're not durable. How you can play literally how you want. People don't even have to touch the new graphic if they don't. Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, that's always been like a thing, you know. Like even back in Build 41, you never really had to do fishing or anything. If you had, you know, loot high enough that you could go to like stores and stuff, actually find stuff. Yeah, I like the, I mean, that ended up being my like no loot guy. I just had the hand wraps and then the trash bag tarp. And this stuff. You can find a decent amount of trash bags from foraging. Was it parka? Why am I output items? Parka. Harp. It's a poncho. That's what it's called. Poncho. Yeah, I had this thing. Alright, this stuff is all rotten or going rotten. It's actively going rotten as I'm like trying to get rid of it. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing like a long run nowadays, you more or less you have to do fishing in some way or another. You're kind of shooting yourself in the foot if you're not. Oh, I have stuff in my bag still. That is all crafting. That is all crafting. This is fish food. And I'm going to bed. Has there been a day that I did not crazily lose weight? This day I probably ate a bunch of fish so I could get the protein bonus. I am moving in the right direction. Alright, how much? So I don't have the short bat recipe. So if you take Whittler, you get the short bat recipe. Or wait, oh no, that's Sawdown. Yeah, so I don't have it. I'm gonna have to get to over level myself. And by the time I can make it, I can just make the regular bat. So how many flint flakes can I make? Or actually, hold up, what's my napping grind looking like here? I don't know, I think I might just end up making axes. Because, what, large stone axe, level 4. And I could put in effort to get that up. If you think that's good, wait until we get the blacksmith set up all there. Personally, though, I think the bone one sounds a little sillier. But it's hard to get a lot of bones that you're bone smashing or whatever. I had food somewhere. It's these. Alright, enable. We're just gonna try to find stones. Okay, bone smashing back on the menu. Yeah, maybe I'll go out there onto the road and see what it's like. I don't have like a weapon or really anything I can hit people with, but that's a good find. Road foraging is just a little nicer than here. There's even a chance to find clothing on the road too. Although I don't know if it has holes in it, it might. Bro, I'm not even depressed. I'm weepy. There's a difference. If you were really emo, you would understand. But you're a poser, so you're not. I don't really want the tree branch. Big clump of things. The jaw. I broke. Walked directly into a tree, great. Okay, well, I mean, at the rate I'm finding things right now, my inventory is going to be full by the time I get to the road. But this is road / primary forest, so higher rate of trash, higher rate of stones are both things that I kind of want. Is this world of cooking? Oh, yeah, you want to see some scripted stuff? Oh, how did he already find a golf? What the heck? I'm telling you, man, Trash Forge. I'm not even trash focused on the road. I'm stone. Like, let's do trash just to amplify it. Eating live. Yeah, I mean, that is pretty lucky. I already found this is a weapon as well, where I can hit Zeds with it and also get maintenance experience. Oh, you're cheating. You just found copper scrap and you didn't even pick it up. Eating rat. And I actively go through the entire process of setting this run up live on stream with no cuts, no skips, no nothing. I didn't even get up and go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. I could smell you. I picked all the mods. I picked all the settings. I picked all the character traits. But clearly, I have a secret hidden button that I can turn on to alter things in my favor. Like that. Like finding a water boiling pencil. Just how nice it is to trash forge on the road versus trash foraging in the woods. Forgot to unzip my pants during stream. Okay, joke's on you. I actually just have drawstring pants. I had tent kit too. What? Oh my god. Okay, maybe I am cheating, bro. I don't know. God run. I mean, so this would have been the God run if I just foraged on the way over here and I found all that stuff. But that is pretty funny that like my first time walking out on the road is this. Just backpack upgrade. Water boiling thing. Useful weapon. Tent kit. Tent kit is... If I found tent kit to start off, crazy, bro. I would have just... I wouldn't even need the chair on the walkover. I would just be chilling. This game's easy. I don't know what you guys' deal is. This guy cheated in Project Zomboid and got away with it for years until we heavily analyzed this one specific thing that he was doing to break the game. Why are you growling at me? Is there a lion out here? Well, I think I've gotten just about everything there is to find on the road. This was super worth. I mean, honestly, if anything, this area is not even really that populated to begin with. I might, like, base on this side. I feel like unless I'm playing with, like, crazy rat race guys, I don't need to, like, go super defensible, but it would be nice to, like, have a fallback location there with, like, a tent kit and flat. What do we got? Habanero. Exactly what it is. Oh, you know, the hype thing about this pot I found is that I can boil water in it, of course, but I can also make soup in it. I can make soup and then I won't be depressed anymore. Soup is like one of, if not like the least efficient ways of cooking food, though. It's rather time consuming. Okay, what even is this? Hand fork. Bro is cheating the game again. He put that hand fork spear there. He put that egg there. Or why would you cheat that egg in right when I joined the stream? Yeah, you're here just in time to see me allegedly just synthesize everything I need out of thin air. Oh. Freaking scared me, bro. Zombies in my zombie video game? Where even are you? Alright. There's somewhere. Man, you're gonna make me drop like so much stuff to fight you. Well, I have officially become a murderer. I have 1 kill. And no watch. I mean, honestly, I should probably go find where that other one is and probably get a watch that way. That would be nice. Because then I could know what time it is. Maybe I'll go up that road and fight a little bit. Or, I don't know. I just already have like an entire bag's worth of crap I gotta dump back at the base. Oh my god, bro. I'm just get all my stamina back and you're gonna make me drop everything on the floor and figure out this whole like inventory thing again. Unbelievable. And you don't bring me your watch. I'm so far behind on the beers. Bro, why is it? You said it's not a competition. I actually drink 6 beers and they're 7.5%, and you only drank 8 beers, but they're 5% beers, so I'm actually better than you for that reason. Got that. Put the 10 kit away. Dude. These guys are not gonna let me. Hold up. What if I do? Okay, we'll put this on the floor. Then I take the where is it? Sling bag. I take that. Then I take the rags, put them in, and the tent kit and put it in. And the egg. Now I put that on the floor. Now I only have 2 things to pick up. Alright. I got the worst possible digital watch after 11 days and 9 hours. Or you're cheating. He's Jesus cheating. Yeah, how many oids are out here? I have to walk down the road. Okay, there's actually a sizable amount. I might walk back down to the road and kind of go around this. Hey, I'll see your hammer. Thanks again, man. I mean, okay, there's a little more down there. I am gonna get tired here pretty soon, is the main problem. Hunting, bro. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a break here for like a minute, guys. But all right, I'm cheating. I'm cheating, I guess. I don't know, man. All right, we're so back. This guy, indeed. I mean, so not only is it a, you know, hunting knife Zed, but I get the Rolex on top of it. That is this might be up there in terms of scripted runs. Now, this day in particular, this day including the foraging, I think see why do I get a run like this in .19 before stable? Like this is confirmed going away after like 4 days, right? Like I'm not playing this run anymore. Why do I get this one? Why is it now that I just suddenly shoot my luck up to 10? I mean, like I almost don't even want to like keep playing because like now it's just like it's gonna get better and better and I'm gonna feel worse and worse when I have to go to stable and just get like the worst possible luck when I start playing. And then when you got it, yeah, I mean, I guess I mean, I could also just like throw this run off a cliff if I really want, you know, like that'd be cool. That'd be awesome. How is he gonna throw today? What will happen next? Right, maybe I guess I just keep walking down here. It's not like I'm running into a ton of Zeds yet. Like all the Zeds I'm hitting are just from like meta events. They get pulled like this one. That is just a speed demon, by the way. Yeah, not even playing with sprinters, but you know. We're chilling. Maybe it's just because I'm making myself as fat as humanly possible by overloading the bags. Alright, let's close this for a second. Or maybe it's just one more. Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. Nothing bad can possibly happen to me with my forged one-shot weapon. He put that hand fork weapon there, knowing that he was going to modify the game files with a secret mod that was unshown that changes the values of the hand fork and make it a one-shot machine. Wait, was there tobacco in this? No. Very slowly, I will make my way home. Home as in my pile of crap on the river. Why no MP? I mean, I was playing MP yesterday and the day before yesterday and the day before that day. I wanted to test out some single player settings, gameplay, etc. to see how it might look in stable. There was actually zero reason for me to rest right there because I'm just going to get exhausted again by the time I get to my campsite. Yeah, that plus today I went to the gym and in doing so I ingested like 300 milligrams of caffeine. It's quite a lot. I was kind of tweaking, so I was like just I don't know. I just needed something to do. I feel like this was like a somewhat productive use of my time. Not really, but like a fun use, I guess. At Right now comes the process of just unloading all these like crafting materials and stuff onto the floor. Right, that goes there. This is sort of crafting. These are crafting. The sack is crafting. Flint bag has stuff in it too. Okay, am I too exhausted or is it too dark for me to put it on the floor? Why did I have to do that twice? Maybe... Okay, I'm not overexerted. I'll just put some of this stuff away in the morning. Alright, water. This is fishy. That's food stuff. Fresh for a while. Learning a baseball. Wow. Let me real quick learn baseball next to the campfire. That is a container. I might actually just keep that in my bag though, because it's nice to get overloaded. I don't think this ends up being better than my existing tent, but it is another container that I can use. Like, I can put stuff in here. And it's actually bigger than my other one. But this is still bad quality, I think. Yeah, poor quality. And I wanted to get nodules so I can do napping. That's the whole reason I went out there initially. Okay, I'm napping 3. So I can do saw, I believe. That I need tree branches for, so I might... Well, I've got tree branches here. Let's see, let's start the fire just to get some of that going, and I can also, hold on. Wash all bandages. Okay, those... I don't really want to craft with these immediately. I'll move them here. But this... Once that's purified, I can make soup with it. Pick up these first so I drink from that. Alright, cooking pot, create soup. Oh, was I not even thirsty? I guess I did drink from the pond before I went to bed. Okay, I am actually miserable right now, so... Okay, nice. Every single one of them's rotten. That's fine. And I can maybe catch a fish and add it to this stuff. I think I'll just make another poverty mushroom and egg soup. Just keep doing that until I am no longer depressed. Not really sad. Can skip all of this, like, filling the water, boiling the water, making the soup again, if I just had a bowl. But this does make me less depressed. Wait, I don't even have any more stuff to make stuff with. Damn. Alright. Guess I'll have soup later. Alright, but until then, let's make 2 axes, I guess. Okay, then I have to make twine. I'll just make twine until, like, noon. Alright. Now that is a ton of tree branches. Flint saw. Do that. Not enough. So I need probably 8 more. And then I will, what, have enough napping skill to make the stone axe. Now, question is, do I go back out on the road and try to do trash foraging? Probably. I think that worked out really well. So I can cheat. Just drink from this puddle before I go. Yeah, I'm foraging 8. All in one stream, that's what it takes. I do kind of need that for cooking. Did I just spend all my luck on that one singular day? Or is it because I'm walking down a different part of the road? Plastic bag, don't care. I should find out where that dirt road up there goes to. That's probably like the first, you know, thing combat-wise that I'll go to. Probably will have a building in there that I can take the floors apart on and get nails that way. Flipboard. And not exactly overflowing with luck today, but my search radius is like a lot smaller because of the weather. Minus 33%. Okay, well, not terribly useful, but it is tools. rock. Corkscrew. The dirt road's up here. Is this considered a road? No. But even if it's not a road, you can find a hammerhead in it. Okay. I'm never beating the scripted allegations, am I? Just find a hammerhead, bro. You don't even need to grind strength, just find bone fragments that way. Okay, that's problematic up here. I can take on a few oids. Where am I starting from? I mean, this is more or less what I'm going to be doing, Saber. What you're witnessing right now. And this is a false lake on. Okay, now I'm actually invincible. Oh yeah, I can't sit down and get up quick if I have the spear in my hands. A nice shoe upgrade. I mean, I guess this doesn't even hurt me to wear this right now, despite having a hole. And I run so slow with the combination of low running skill and also it being rainy right now. And this is probably considered off-road. Threatening letter. Oh my goodness. All over, damn it. All over. All over. All over. All over. And I have stayed out way too long tonight, I guess. Alright, well let's... Alright, maybe I just don't bother clearing this place out for a bit. Okay, guys. Let's chill out. We're all friends here. I'm just a drowsy guy. I'm just a drowsy one fitness. And I can drink this puddle to make myself less thirsty, because that's one less Moodle to look at, and we're good. And I can maybe eat these berries, I guess. It's a pretty strategic location. You just got like one direction that they can come from if you get based in the right spot over there. Looks pretty nice. Where's my inventory? You have nothing cool. I imagine most of the voids around here are just metazeds from the woods getting pulled and they just get stuck against the river. That's where their pathing just ends up. Yeah, but I would not be surprised if you went debug and checked like the population of these cells over here. They have to be very low. So if you're doing like a 16x, this is a pretty nice wilderness spot to go to. Easy to get set up at. Now this is a fully covered moon. There's no moon at all tonight. It's very dark. I didn't exactly get a ton of things. How close am I? I mean, I can knock out fitness too. I overheat myself because I have a jacket on while I'm doing this. Well, not exactly a what I would qualify as usable character. I am on my way to doing that. I'm already drowsy. Oh my goodness. Gunshot directly next to my ear once again. He's in the woods with me. He must be. Alright, we'll do soup. Soup. Really don't have a whole lot of anything that I can put in this, do I? Why would I be losing health? Am I overloaded right now or something? I am. Oh, I can't put the bait on from my lure. Alright, we're gonna do these guys on top of the rock. Or actually, they just look like they're inside the rock. Rock bear. That's okay. Not a single one of these, I think, is large enough for me to slice it up, fortunately. Oh no, I got... Okay. Get that there, come over back over here, put the knife down. Then I can make stew from fish. Stew from that. And I think I have thistle. No. How many hours I got in PZ? It's in the description. I got over 2,000. Got a lot of time. Too much time, bro. Maybe if I do soup, I can put the thistle in as spice. Oh, I'm burning my fish. Yeah, it's a pretty replayable game. Not gonna lie. Alright, we're gonna burn the fish a little bit more so that it's warm and I can make myself not sad eating it. Still sad though. Eat all. Alright, not depressed anymore. Nice. Now I can make those saws at full speed and not have depression slowing me down. Teach me how to fish? I mean, it's a matter of getting a fishing rod. So there's a number of different ways that you can make a fishing rod, but the way I've chosen is to just get a bone fishing hook. Which you get from sharpening a small piece of bone. Then you want to get twine, which you can get from hemp. You just got to forage it. And you got to get a tree branch and carve it into a rod. You can assemble all of those things together. You get a fishing rod. And of course you need some bait, which you can just forage for insects or, you know, find rotten pieces of bread, or usually the bugs are the easiest thing to get. And then it's just a matter of playing the fishing minigame. Which you just saw me do. However, I skipped most of it by standing a couple tiles off the shore. And if you do that correctly, all you have to do is reel in. But if you want to play the minigame legit, you basically just make sure that the bobber never goes fully to the right. Because if it does, then you lose durability and you run the risk of breaking your rod and losing the fish. That, in essence, is what you have to do for fishing. Right, what is my spear looking like? Durability, not great. But if I make where my short blunt I have a bonus to, I could do a hammer. I mean, honestly, I could just be using these flint saws as weapons because they are poked, but maybe I don't need two of them. We'll leave this here. And I did not mean to yell, but I did. Either way, let's see. I got flint flake, 5. I need a couple more, and I can get to napping 4. So I'm gonna do some stone forging. This is hemp, that's what you need for wine. That is bugs, which you need for bait. Do I need to unbind Q, bro? Why am I pressing it? I guess that just shows how rusty I am. I do have a lot of hours in the game. Just somewhat out of practice, I guess you could say. I don't exactly play every day like some other Zomboid streamers might, but I do play a lot. Yeah, I mean, if it weren't directly next to W and whatever, I'm just a bit, I guess, headstrong with my usage of keybinds. The only one I have changed is the sprint keybind, because that one, sprint and like manual floor attack being on the same key is a very bad thing. You do not want to have that the way it is. If you ever try to do fence fighting near a fence, you run the risk of just for one singular frame sprinting and vaulting over the fence. And now all of a sudden you're on the wrong side of the fence where all the oids are. And they eat you, which is really bad. So I would recommend changing sprint to like control or something. Where's my car? What's up, bro? My car is in the river. Exactly where it belongs. I'm very much just a wilderness style player, I guess. I do this a lot more than, I mean, you have to with the settings I play on. Like if you go back to where this run started, I'm just in the town and there's 1 zillion oids. So, and if you're playing as a 0-0 character, you can't really be in the town for very long. I mean, carpenter, construction worker, and lumberjack are pretty much my picks for build 42. What is my favorite personally? I like burger flipper, but I don't think the short blade is a fantastic pick in build 42. It was super underrated in build 41, but they've went and made that skill just about as terrible as everyone that has never used short blade describes it as. So, but I like Burger Flipper. I think Burger Flipper, the other cool thing about Burger Flipper is that your icon is a burger, which is super hype. Like some of the icons, it's like the police officer one, it's a star. That one's all right. Firefighter is like some badge thing also, but I think the burger picture is amazing. Okay, well, one of the jumping over the fence moments was entirely just me being a goober and pressing E when I wasn't supposed to. And, you know, that's on me. That's just how it goes sometimes. But, I don't know, to an extent, there are some deaths that are explainable by bad control scheme or, you know, like I have one where it's a standstill push, which, by the way, is not a thing in the game anymore. If you push when you're aiming, you can always move after it. The only time you won't be able to move is if you're not aiming and you push. Like, I'm pushing and then I press E right after I push, and this is how soon you can move after. Whereas if you move and you're pushing now, you can just move the entire time. And if you're aiming and you're pushing, you can move the entire time. But before, if you aimed and you weren't moving and you pushed, you would do the standstill push and you just were frozen the entire time and you died to that. Which I did. And now we find out that it's not supposed to be that way. Allegedly. Okay, I need tree branches now. There should be like a shipping and handling profession where you start in a warehouse and get bonus from crowbar swing speed. There should be, I feel like there could be like a loader or something that has like, I don't know, there could be like a lot more that could be done with like the fitness and strength stuff. Like I feel like depending on your occupation, you should have like an increased rate of fitness and strength. So like a fitness instructor that does spawn in at 0-0 would have like an increased rate of it, or like, you know, a warehouse worker is probably more athletic than some engineer that sits at a desk all day, right? So even if they were unfit or whatever, like, you know, construction worker probably, you know, on average are obese, but I'd say they're probably more athletic on average too, and would be able to pick up being an athlete quicker than the average profession. Legend Radford himself, what's up, bro? Thing that kills me the most is my FPS. I mean, if I were in the town right now, I mean, I have a admittedly pretty powerful computer, but I don't think there is a computer on this earth that Zomboid runs well at 16x in the middle of a town. Some of them are just bad. All right, got the axes. Gonna get some more tree branches. Alongside that, I'll get some more logs too that I'll eventually make an axe with. Let me pick up an entire tree with my bare hands. I mean, I'll be honest, there will definitely be some bug fixes that are addressed. The one that I'm almost certain will be fixed is there just right now a stand-up issue. So like if I'm sitting on the floor and I hold shift, I should get up quick, but I don't. Whereas if I then put my weapon away and sit on the floor and I hold shift, I can do it how it's always been. But right now there's a bug with that. So there's going to be some bug fixes like that for sure. Now, will there be a major increase to your frame rate come stable Probably not. But that's more a matter of, you know, not playing with 1 million oids as much as you may want to. But I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know what kind of computer you're working with. I'm gonna rest here for a bit. All right, I have, let's see, napping midway. But now if I do saw, okay, why can I not do flint? Okay, I typed in saw for sure, right? And it didn't come up. Or it did, but it was just like all the way down here. That's nice. I think I do this 8 times. I should get it all the way through it. Very cool. So now I can do... Okay, suddenly the flat rock is just the rarest thing to find here. I mean, it's probably just uncommon in this biome. That is what I want. I think I already have one over here, though. Axe, that one. Dude, 3 times. Why did I... Oh, my hammer broke. Hammer. Alright, now we got another one of these. I only really need 2 anyway. No, honestly, I need a PC. I play on a great laptop, but I can't allow a PC 50, 60 FPS. Yeah, driving especially is not great. You're like loading a lot of different cells with a lot of Z's in them, you know? Like even if I'm just running around, which is typically how I get around, the game can stutter quite a bit. All right, we got large handle, then I do axe, assemble that. Very nice. Now I don't gotta use these cruddy crude axes anymore. Yeah, if you've never had like a dedicated desktop computer before, it's a pretty big upgrade going from a laptop to a desktop. I used to be a just massive gaming laptop person that, you know, had jet engines running the second I tried to play like Far Cry 3 or something. Okay, how many logs do I have? 30 and then like another 30. So that's, I don't know, something like 15 walls I can make. Sizable building. I got the axes now, which means I can kind of scale myself into carving pretty nicely. Okay, well, good luck out to you trying to, I know the job, I mean, I'm also personally looking for a job, so, and I don't exactly want to work in my current warehouse job forever. I mean, if you know what that's like, it's not amazing, but yeah, once you get the big boy job money, it's a lot easier to buy, you know, toys like a computer. Oh, if you got an internship right now, you're kind of golden. Like, just hang on to that, man. Just, you know, don't go anywhere and just bite down. Oh, that is it for my... As the job market is, I don't know, like every time I go to some recruiter or whatever, they're like, it's starting to get better, bro. And it just, I don't know. I think they just say that. Yeah, I'm in the USA. I'm in Ohio, Midwest. Where is my axe? Let's get these going. Yeah, it's not great. I mean, you know, if you just look at like groceries alone are just insane. What's up, Rob? Welcome in, bro. I'm in the woods again. I'm eating the bugs again. Well, actually, I've not eaten the bugs, but I could be. Maybe I paused the stream intentionally to eat bugs and not tell anybody, because that's something I would clearly do. Yeah, I don't even bother with like attempting to keep my diet clean. Like, I'm pretty, you know, on top of like managing calories and protein and all that, but I just eat like total crap right now. And I mean, it's honestly, even if food were still cheap and whatever, I'd probably still eat the same way, but I just wouldn't be, you know, spending $80 every time I had to go to the grocery store. I crossed the river again. I spawned in False Lake. Gonna do a more regular style playthrough. I think I might come stable, do no loot whatsoever, just be over here naked for the memes, you know, and to show people that you can do it. But I think the whole teleport over to the across the river lost some people in the plot. You know, people want to hear like, oh, I had to run out of the river or run out of the town and barely escape and my feet were scratched so I couldn't run, you know, or, you know, there's got to be some kind of more story to it, I guess. Where I was zero going to Louisville, this is not. I did a more typical start where I had clothes because I just wanted to test out, you know, what the sandbox settings I might run when stable drops, you know. Do a bit of a test to see. Also, I've never spawned over at Phallus Lake before, so see what it's like. It seems like it's easy enough to kind of break out of. So probably doable with shoes, but we'll leave that up to finding how that goes. Come stable. Add a little bit of suspense to it, you know. It's no fun if I just know everything, right? My usual settings, I almost always play with 16 times. So all zombie settings to just as high as they possibly can go. then if I'm doing that and I do day one is that way, I do no respawns. But I've done in the past certain settings where I had just like amplified respawns, which I know not a lot of players like it, but I do think it's kind of fun to like have a more of a holdout style of play where, you know, you're just like sitting on one isolated spot on the map and just trying to defend it and see how long you can last kind of thing. It can be fun. But yeah, 16x just kind of, it demands you like use foraging and all these other tools that you otherwise don't really need to do. I just think it's a bit more enjoyable. Hey Rob, you gotta get on the server, come stable, man. Alright, dice. Just machine out 84 dice real quick. Oh, is my knife sharpen blade? Oh. Hey, see Azure. Real life, I should forage grasshoppers and eat them. I mean, I could do that, but I don't want to. I mean, honestly, the FPS thing is just a matter of like not being directly in the town. Like right now, I probably only have, I don't know, at most 100 zombies loaded. So it works out pretty easily, but if I were in the town, which I was when I spawned in, I had like 30 FPS. Eventually I'll go into the town, but then it's a matter of just like, I'm not going to be in the middle of the town. I'm going to be on the outskirts fighting my way in. Where again, I won't have like 2,000 zombies loaded at the same time. Wait, I can't do the bat yet, can I? Bat. No, I cannot. So, sharp short bat, I don't have the recipe. I need to overlevel it to not 8, but 9. Which I am nowhere close. I need 6,000, and then I need 7,500. Which is going to be a lot more true branches, but I do have some saplings somewhere. They're just on the floor. 10 of them. That's another 80 small handles, 80 dice. Thick. Okay, I might need to eat those apples here. Apple. Just eat this until I am only hungry. Okay. I do dice. I don't put the space there. 100 dice. Okay, well, that was like 3 of them. $230. He's got to put that FPS cap. Tell him to put his FPS cap on or whatever. It's burning up computer resources. But yeah, especially if you're playing multiplayer and you're having PC troubles. I mean, I understand you're on a laptop, but like Thing with multiplayer is you only have 500 Zeds loaded at once. So it may be time to upgrade, is what I'm saying. But I understand you said you're trying to save up, so maybe not today, but it does get much easier. $3,000 hours? You might have more than me, bro. I think. I mean, where's my Steam community? 311. And then where's my, like, that one? 2,851. I have no life. What did I do with my backpack? Oh, it's right here. No, I guess I can carve up these large branches into planks and then carve them for carving experience, but I kind of want them for baseball bat. Whatever that ends up happening. Alright, I might just eat all of what I have right now because it's going rotten. Alright, that like only bumped me up by 1 tier, so... Also, I'm soaking wet somehow. It's probably because I was standing over there. Do a bit of exercising to warm myself up. They do dry off when you're like standing on the tile I'm on. Allegedly, you're supposed to, but I don't know if maybe I should move this. I'm in the shelter. I don't know why I'm getting drenched. Or do I have to stand here? Alright, well, we're just gonna rip it. If I get it cold, that really sucks, but... Okay. In the past, I've been able to stand on that tile and not get drenched, but I don't know why I was in that. That's what this shelter is supposed to do. It's supposed to, you know, be a shelter. Crazy, right? Ever see Shane Gillis bit about being drenched? I have not. Mod menu piling up. Okay, we started the, what do you mean mod menu? We started the stream. I have 7 total mods, and the most cheater one is just the journal that shows me how much experience I got. AKA, I'm not cheating. Yeah, it's one of those games that are very replayable. I'm about to not be overweight anymore. Which means now I have to start worrying about my weight. Yeah, overweight, low-key, a good trait to have at the start of a wilderness run, because you just have a, how long's it been? 16-day period where you just don't have to worry about weight at all. You can just eat nothing but berries and twigs and get away with it. Okay, well, I warmed up. Now I'm hungry, and I do have to worry about my weight, so I'm going to go ahead and do a bit of fishing after I drink some water in real life. I mean, technically, actually, every game is replayable. I could play E.T. on the NES forever. I mean, hell, I have probably, I don't know, 1,000 times more hours than the average person does in Killing Floor 1. Nobody plays that game. Me and like 6 other people in America. There's an oid across. Look at, I have visitors that can't get to me. I could calculate my childhood GTA and Tony Hawk game times. I don't wish I could do that because, like, the numbers I do know, which are like Call of Duty, World at War, and MW2 or whatever, those are very high. I had like 50 days in that, like both of those, and probably another 50 in Black Ops. And the one that's even higher than all those, though, is Minecraft, which the timer for that one, it like changes every time the game updates. So there's no way to know how much time I've wasted in that game. Just an absurd amount of time. But that was like the game to play in high school. I still go back and play it occasionally, but I don't think I will ever be like as immersed in that game as I was when it came out. Yeah, I mean, if you kind of want to like respark that like energy of like discovery and exploration or whatever, Vintage Story is like a fantastic alternative that is more up to date and a bit more challenging. Not on Steam though, not on like any, you know, major gaming website. You do have to like pay with PayPal to get it, so that's kind of annoying, but it's very worth going through the hoops. $7K Halo. I had some in Halo. I think I got into Halo. I mean, I had Halo 3 in 2011, so it was still definitely very popular then. I just don't think it was as explosive. Like, I think the 2010s were dominated by like COD a lot more. I feel like I got into, I guess, you know, Halo Reach was also mad. Like, was the game to play for a little bit, but I just, personally, I got into Halo 3 a little too late, I think, to really get hyped on it. But like, World at War, oh my god, I played that so much. I played that, Gears of War 3, or Gears of War 2. I played 3. I definitely played 3 a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I did. But 2, I played a lot. I played Gears of War 2. That was like my first online game I had on the 360. Do I need more of these? Not really. So this is another like kind of somewhat renewable source of fishing bait. Once you can catch fish that are large enough to slice into fillets, so long as you keep enough fillets uncooked, either fresh or rotten, you just have like renewable bait source, so you don't have to keep looking for bugs. But Move where this chair is. I mean, where did I had it here first? Rust players are next level playing crazy hours. Yeah, that's another thing. And Rust is like a non-AFK game either. You're like you get raided at like 2 a.m. on a work night and just have to go to town. I've seen some just completely unhinged Rust people. Rust is very much like one of those games where it's like, oh, you only have 500 hours. I guess it's kind of like PZ in that regard, where it's like he's only played for 500 hours. What a noob. Even years later, people were still playing What It Were and Black Ops. Definitely, they were playing not as much now, but like especially during COVID, I remember there was no problems getting into like a giant server. I'm sure there's some remnants of a community around it, but like the only reason, you know, whatever Black Ops 2 kind of have a populace right now is because it just came out on, you know, the PS5 shop. Before that, it was probably like, I don't know, max 500 people online. That's really max, you know. I don't think they're hitting 500 that consistently ever. Yeah, I haven't played any like, I guess, well, I played MW2 2022 or what, like the second one that came out. I don't know why they just kept the names like that, but I did play that one. And I played MW 2019, which I think like everybody did, but there's no reason for me to go out. Sun's going down very soon and I'm already drowsy. What did I miss? You missed like one set of squats and probably me going to bed. I've been chilling at the base today, but I just had moodles I had to kind of, you know, work through. I might go out tomorrow. It's just like I'm not, you know, a fighting ready character right now. I just have so many ailments. You know, usually the starts to these runs, it's like I just kind of do push-ups and squats in the woods until I can get to 5-5 and then actually play the game, more or less. Mini mods you can never play without. I mean, if you're going super minimalist, which I pretty much am, it's just RuneScape experience bar of this. That's what it does. It adds in like every time you get a skill bonus or skill up on stream or on screen. Then proximity to inventory, which just it combines like, since this is a container, this is a container, this is a container, it just combines it all into like one singular thing, which is very helpful if you're standing on top of a bunch of zombie corpses. You just have like one isolated thing that shows you everything, so you don't have to go digging through 100 bodies to find the guy you just killed that has a machete stuck in him. Saves you a lot of time. You know, I do live in an era where I could be boiling my water, which I do have water already boiled, and putting it into my water bowl that I have, right? And not drinking out of the swamp, but here I am doing that. I guess I'd just do trash forage on the way over. I already have like everything I need. Or, I mean, okay, what is this? I have no clue what rice paper. What? Can I eat this? What? Okay. I've never once in my whole life seen this. All right, well, I can use it in nothing. It doesn't go bad, and I can eat it. Amazing. Yeah, I wouldn't consider, I mean, they are borderline, you know. If we're being purist, there's no way to know exactly how much protein you have. There's no way to know exactly how many calories or whatever. So if you're like really trying to min-max your strength gains and all that, that's the only non-debug route you can go that you can find those things out. It's a deceiving picture. It looks like it's a full beer can, but then you look at the 3D model and see that it's like crooked. It's never a full beer can. Plus display bars, like it basically shows you like the level of all your moodles. So right now I don't have any moodles, but that doesn't mean my values aren't all just like topped off, right? Like I still have some negative amount of hunger. I still have some negative amount of stamina. I still have some, you know, thirst or whatever. But there's no way of me knowing with my current character what those values are. Yeah, and the other thing about them is it just kind of clutters up the screen. I get like I'm playing with this on the screen and this on the screen all the time, but I am actively foraging right now, and I don't know, I feel like leaving the skills tab open just alleviates me from having to answer what skill level my character is all the time. That is a rather frequent question. And also, you know, it just is like another passive thing that, you know, the skills are going up and people like to see that, so leave it open, it doesn't bother me that much. Just me, I've been like sort of a dumbass lately. I've been drinking a lot more beer, which I shouldn't be doing because I'm like actively trying to be stronger at the gym and all that, so beer is kind of just empty calories, but I don't know, man. I just been playing a lot of Killing Floor, and it's a little more fun. Not perfect. Not a perfect role model. Ooh, battery. That's good. Charge on it. Not bad. Drop anything extra into Sable? I mean, honestly, I don't want to be negative, but I kind of hope not. I kind of hope they just, when they say stable, everything is just stable. Everything is good. You know, nothing is busted up and fucked up, right? Like I want a nice, polished game that doesn't suck, right? Like if they can just make it run nice, you know, I personally don't think that anything major needs to be added. Like honestly, I could do without the ragdolls. I can do without bows I could do without. Like, there's certain things where, like, they would be nice to have. They would be cool, you know? But is it going to make my game crash? Is it going to make some other bug exist? And most importantly, I want to have a save that I know for certain I can come back to in like a month, 2 months, you know, and it actually works. I can come back to it. I don't need to just keep some old archaic version of 42 point whatever on my computer that I can actually have a save that doesn't explode every 10 seconds. That is what I personally am looking forward to. Because, you know, runs like this, these aren't exactly quick runs. I mean, I've been playing for, what, 5.5 hours now, and I am level 2 fitness and level 3 strength. And those are the first levels. They only get longer from there. Like, the amount of times so far in Build 42 that I have grinded from 0 fitness and 0 strength to 10 fitness and 10 strength is too damn high. And I am very much looking forward to the day that I don't have to do that anymore. Or the day that I do have to keep doing it is because I died in the game, which typically has not been the case. It's just been the game gets updated and I can't play my save anymore. However, oh wait, I just found an M14 magazine. I found, okay, I didn't find one M14 magazine. I found 2 M14 magazines. So, okay, I think if I had to add one thing that I think would be decently easy to add to the game, that wouldn't be an excessive use of time. You know, I don't want to have a boat. I don't want to have a car. I want a sandbox option. This is what I want. I want a sandbox option that I can add in the percentage amount of survivor Zeds that are in the game. Because as it stands, the 16x, there's the same amount of survivor Zeds as there are in just like a regular ass game. So they're diluted in like thousands of Zeds. They're diluted in, you know, in essence, 16 times the Zeds. But there aren't 16 times the survivor Zeds. Like that would be what I would want to have. That's like a feature that doesn't exist. 42.12 best version. Yeah, for stability, of course. And also there's like features such as the stamina bar that just don't exist anymore. That'd be another feature that would be very welcome to come back, you know, that I would like to see my lungs moodle once again, but so that would be number 2. So like if I have to request a feature that has already been shown to come back, that one of course, but if I have to ask for a feature that has not existed and, you know, is my own original idea, I guess the survivor Zed percent would be a nice addition. Turn off all the loot. That would be, I mean, like, you could always do the across the river thing that I did. I mean, like, I get maybe the spawning over there would be kind of lame, but I think more or less it's the across the river starts a fun no loot challenge. It is kind of lame that there's like no Zeds over there, but you just find a procedural generated tile that has a pond and kind of have the same gameplay. Have I found a katana zombie in Build 42 yet? I have not. That's another thing that I think should maybe be looked at a bit more. Because I thought the rate of getting katanas in Build 41 was pretty fair. You know, once every 2,000 Zed kills or so. You know, that's rare enough that when you find one, it's hype. You know, if you play, you know, 6 hours a day or whatever, you'll find at least one. But do I want to go 10,000 kills deep and not find a single katana? No, that is super lame. That sucks. More of an MP challenge map issue. Yeah, no, there's always somebody in like the MP challenge that's like trying to, you know, weasel their way out of doing it or whatever, and it's kind of annoying. But yeah, Salmon Moodle needs to come back. Want more sledgehammers? Yeah, they're not common whatsoever. But if you know where to look, you'll find them eventually. The roadside events are probably your best bet. And then, not to mention, we do have the ability to craft them now. There is like a long, you know, autistic freaking quest line you have to go down to actually be able to do it, but it is possible. So there is a guaranteed way to get to the sledgehammer. I'll be honest with you. I do not have high hopes for NPCs, so I don't know. Both in like how they get implemented in the game and also how long it takes them to do that. Oh, that is a nice find. Matchbook. It's somewhat empty. Full queue, fake katana. I was talking earlier how sometimes you see this thing stuck in a Zed from like this angle right here, especially when it's covered in blood. Easily mistake this for a katana. It's get tricked. I mean, I've found sledgehammer roadside event several times. I've found no katanas. I mean, I guess I haven't really been in, you know, a million survivor homes, but I've not seen a single one. Okay, maybe we lose the imp into the bag, put the matches in the bag, put the fries on the floor, and now I can swing faster. Okay, well, I can swing faster for 2 more hits. Shoutouts to standing combat. You push it on the floor. Actually die in the same amount of hits. Bad example. Yeah, the bread sword's a classic, but I feel like I've fallen for the bread knife enough that I kind of know what to look for. I'm not getting tricked by the bread knife anymore. The pool cue though, that one gets me. Because the pool cue is also impaled the same way the katana is. I guess the bread knife is so, but the bread knife for me though, historically, I used to think it was a machete, but then you learn the machete's only ever like stabbed in the back. Yeah, garbage bins are pretty good if you can get to them. I've even found a Rolex in the trash before. But of course, you know, this run being scripted as per usual, I've already found a Rolex on my like 9th kill, so but that's just what I get for, you know, playing a run that's gonna last all of 4 days. I just get super lucky in some places. Yeah, I think the guitar neck tripped me out just because that's like a new build 42 thing, so I just don't think I had seen it before. Okay, this might actually be a bit too much for me. I am just gonna back off. Yeah, I don't think I am cracked enough right now to take on 5 guys with my 2 strength character. 2 strength, 1 axe, by the way. I am just kind of pathetic. This guy looks like he has a nice leather jacket. It has 1 hole. Unfortunate. Everything else completely untouched. Well, okay, depends on where the hole is. It is right forearm. That is not amazing. But it's also, what, 26C right now? For all the EUs out there. What do you have? Oh. That's my saw. It's a nurse or something? Or why are her clothes like that? Alright, this is like the last fight I need to do, and then I need to go home, because it's gonna get dark, I'm gonna get tired. That is, I mean, easily the most kills I've gotten in a day, but now as pathetic as it might sound, but that's how the run starts. You just... Not a cracked character yet. 3 strength, 2 fitness. You think non-book XP should be higher? I mean, as a illiterate enjoyer, I will welcome any change towards that, but do I think that... I mean, the only... let's see. I don't like the addition of combat XP books. Like, that's what I don't like, is that they're adding in maintenance books and aiming and reloading and all these other things. Like, every time they add in a book for something that didn't exist in the past, the literate effectively gets worse. Right? Like, I mean, hell, there's even books for, what, Longblade now? Admittedly, I don't know what the XP multipliers are because, well, I play illiterate, so I don't ever have them. But Rotten, what's going on with this? I just think at the way things are going, illiterate is honestly a worse perk than deaf. And deaf is 12, and I mean illiterate's already been bumped up by 2 points, so can't complain there. It is kind of a hard perk to balance though, because you know, off the rip, no negatives at all. Especially if you're just making a combat character. It is somewhat difficult to like stop players from just making like a, I guess, missile style character that I'm just gonna run in and die and then run in and die, right? And illiterate never hurts you if you're just Gonna be alive for like 2 days max. Hell, you can take like Hearty Appetite, High Thirst, all these other like Smoker, you know. Like if you're never gonna be alive long enough to care about your character, you can take so many free points. Of course, you'll never get stuck with them because you're just gonna die in 2 days. But bro wants the devs to tailor. Okay, bro. I want them to add axe books and long blunt books and nimble book. Nimble book will be the final straw. That will be the last. They add a nimble book to the game. I'm crashing out. Honestly, any of the physical skills. I mean, admittedly, with like all the negative traits I chose, you could even get rid of the you know, fitness and strength ones. And get in turn take athletic and strong, and you would still have like 23 points to choose from leftover stuff, whatever. Yeah, how many of you guys knew rice paper was in the game? I have never seen this before. Brand new, never before seen item. Okay, that is everything. I have some more saws. Please, devs, make my game easier. Okay, I'm not asking that. Bro is twisting my words as much as he can. I thought Billy Milk, I thought you were an illiterate enjoyer. Why are you so hostile all of a sudden? Seedling. I'm just a little seedling. That's what I am. Let's go and... What can I make? I need to make axes, cut trees down, get carving up, then I can make baseball bats. That's what I need to do. My axes are in here. Yeah, but I will admit, yes, I do have somewhat of a bias towards illiterate, but I think I have, in that, more experience playing illiterate than probably like anyone else that plays this game. I have so much experience with illiterate that I don't even think I've read a single book in Build 42. And if I did, it was so long ago that I don't even remember it. Yeah, man. I mean, now's the time to plan. That's the whole reason I'm kind of doing this run. See what's up with the game. What's new with .19. I mean, I've already been playing a ton of multiplayer, so it's not like I'm completely out of my element. But single player and multiplayer are different beasts. Why am I thinking I heard annoyed? I think tomorrow I might build myself a little bit of a house here, which I'll need twine for, and I only have 8. That's good. I'm gonna just do some squats. Go to bed. 16 kills. That is my peak. Embarrassing. And then I can wake up and cut some more trees down until the sun comes up. Go ahead and get myself into agony real quick. No big deal. Alright, that is plenty. That is, I want to say, probably enough to get to, where am I on carving? I'm 8. I have 34. I can get to carving 9 with that. But do I have enough twine to build a house? Hammer. I'll just finish the walls first. Actually had just about everything I needed. I was one wall short. Explore Camp Busy Beaver. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, I mean, McCoy Estates, you're definitely your go-to. You're not going to learn as much in foraging. I mean, it's not as bad a place to go for foraging, but, like, if you're talking about, like, becoming self-sufficient, I don't think you'll learn much from going there because you just have everything. But if you're, like, completely brand new to Build 42, great spot to, like, you know, get your feet wet with, like, most of the... You don't have to... You know, build up the crafting stations yourself. I'll be honest, in like all my time playing 42, I've been over there, but I have not lived there. I'm not as big a fan of just having everything, you know. I like making my own stuff, like getting up from, you know, more or less what I'm doing right now, where I just like nothing was here before and now I have a house. Almost a house. Not really a house. I have walls. I have 4 walls. That's close. Yeah, if you're not completely new, I mean, I would honestly just, I get that it looks like I'm pretty far away, and admittedly I am, but, you know, I would estimate, like, you know, within the next 10 hours of gameplay, which I guess saying it does make it seem like it's going to be far away, but, you know, within that time frame, I would be able to get into blacksmithing. Admittedly, also, if I just, like, went directly to it, I could probably have it right now, but I would be missing out on a lot of things. Raid McCoys for their bellows. It is the easiest, you know, advanced forge location. I think there's a, what, mole drop spawn as well, but I feel like I'm gonna end up wanting a door frame right there because I'm just gonna be jumping through that window 1,000 times. What's up, Gunfire? What's up, bro? Alright, do I just do the dirt roof again? I think so. I think yes. That. Back. Put on here. Take some dirt. Wait. The last time I took dirt from my inside house, I just had to listen to my, like, muddy footprints the whole time it rained. And they sounded unpleasant. Look at this dirt hobo building a dirt house again. Maybe if you can read. I took apart a lot of cars with illiterate and no bonus. I guess I got to level 4. So that's like... Okay, but there was an XP multiplier when I did that. So I don't know what my rate would be. But what do you even get from welding? You don't get anything particularly amazing, right? Yeah, propane's kind of a bottleneck for the whole. And you can't make your own, so good luck, I guess. So the tank, at least for refilling and all that, it's best to just have the tank in your secondary hand, and then your primary hand is the torch. You can get away with some carry weight stuff that way, so it's not the worst thing. Usually, you know, with most things, like especially refrigerators are something that if you equip them in your offhand, you can carry them a lot more consistently. But a propane tank at most is going to weigh like how much this bucket does. I have 7.73, but if I equip secondary, it's like a lot more manageable. Whereas if I have it unequipped, I'm at 21, which is like considerably higher than, what, 12? Yeah. You just have to equip it as your, equip the propane tank as your secondary when you're doing it. Saves a lot of carry weight. But I was saying same difference with using a refrigerator. Like if you're moving a fridge around, it weighs 40. And you can like barely have anything else in your inventory. But if you put it in your secondary, it weighs considerably less. I can't pack this up. No, it's just built there and gonna be there forever. I can move the tent though. I mean, this isn't the worst spot to craft stuff. I'm already dry out here. Let's do rod. This will actually, how many knives? I could probably make blades. That twice. I get 8 more. Simple blade 4 times. Now I'm tired. Do not care. I'm just going to carve rod until I go to bed. Which I'll move the chair inside and sleep indoors for the first time. I think you can still have a fridge in one slot. I'd have to check, but I mean, either way, if you're moving a fridge around, you're going to want to equip it. Yeah, day one camp. I mean, well, not day one, but one stream, you know, from zero fit, zero strength, get myself online. I can fish, I can sleep indoors. About to get to bats. But I mean, more or less, that's like the pipeline of how I get set up on a character. And I do 1 million dice. Why do you do dice? Because they get crafted faster than pipes. And crafting speed is very important. It's not very difficult to get resources like wood. Now I'm going to sleep indoors with my chair that can never face a different direction. We'll sleep over here tonight. This is RuneScape Experience Bar, Rune XP. You can probably just go in the Steam Workshop and look up RuneScape, and it will be like one of the first ones. $100 dice later. Awesome. So now, well, I don't have any tree branches, but if I did have tree branches, I could make a bat. I can make my first. Okay, well, I can carve it from a large branch. That's kind of grief. So now have shelter. I have the ability to get infinite food. I have the ability to make mid-game weapon. This is what I would consider like early mid-game. I mean, admittedly, I'm kind of lacking in the strength and fitness department. I'm early game in that section. But for like my available resources mid-game, they're the one with Chinese here. I just have English. I mean, I think most, if not all, like major Zomboid mods probably have Chinese or Russian translations. German probably is a decent translation availability. But I mean, as an English speaker, I just never have to. I don't know. I'm lucky in that regard. Imagine just speaking a language that is like catered to you on every facet of the internet. But if I had the choice to just learn one language like instantly, I would choose Chinese 100%. Just seems the most useful. I think if you're Chinese and English speaker, that's like the just businessman giga chad that can make $1 billion deals. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually make this fire indoors now though. Why am I'm starving to death. That is not good. I mean, what do I have? I have berries I can. We're chilling. But I should probably get fishing. Okay, I did not starve. I think there's probably a lot more English speakers in India versus English speakers in China. That's like another kind of weight that goes into it. And then I have like some bias towards like engineering for, you know, manufacturing is just gigantic in China, of course. But I mean, India is pretty sizable. It's a bit more developing though. Where is fishing rod? All right, I'm gonna get food so I don't starve anymore. Change line. Oh, I have the, like a grillion amount of twine in my inventory right now. It's not that much because I did just kind of build an entire house, but yeah, I mean it's or you're gonna make me look at my sex mods I have subscribed to on stream. Unbelievable. Uh your items, subscribed items. Holy fuck, I'm subscribed to 260. I did not even Okay, well, proximity inventory, the one that you want is this. And then RuneScape experience bar, the one you want is our, oh my god, I need to just unsub. You join like one server online and then suddenly you just have fucking infinite amounts of these things installed. I mean, okay, I'll just look up RuneScape experience bar and then the one that I have installed is the one. RuneScape. It's Broface. Okay, well, actually, I'm subscribed. That's the build 41 one. This is the build 42 one that I. Yeah, so if you want to go back and play build 41, the bro face one is the one to get, and this one is the one that I had. There's probably like one that has specific Zomboid pictures or whatever, rather than like that might be what HX's mod is. The one that I have just has the RuneScape. I admittedly don't play RuneScape, but I just have that one, so it's just the one I've been using. All right, enough of that. Oh, okay, it didn't actually show up on the screen, but I mean, I put the links, so you can just go to those. Yeah, I'll need to, I mean, in total, I have 7 mods on, and I mean, come build 42 stable, I'll just have like a Steam community link. I'll need to just remake my mod list for that. But I only have 7 on. I'm like essentially just vanilla with like, I don't know, the term vanilla plus gets thrown around pretty often. And that can really vary by the player what vanilla plus means, but essentially if I have a mod on, it's just because it's like either super grief to play with like vanilla in some way, or it's something that I personally just find very annoying. Like the excessive use of heartbeat when you're panicked. I don't need to know that my character is freaking out nonstop with an audio cue. I think I'm good. Do I not have a knife to cut this up? I do, but log weight reduction mod? I don't. If you do have issues with logs, though, you can always tie rope into so this is like something that I didn't know about for a long time. Here, I'll go out and find some dog veins so you can see, but I unfortunately made all of my hemp into twine right now, and I need more hemp to make rope. But you can, if you have 2 rope, you can tie your logs into a log stack. And then in doing so, you can have 4 logs that only weigh 12. So you can move, you know, you can also tie them into stacks of 3, and then a 3 stack log stack weighs 9, which is the same as, you know, 1 singular log. So you can imagine you can carry like a lot more logs that way, essentially 3 times the logs. And so long as you don't saw them into planks until you're at the location that you're going to be building with, then you don't have to spend nearly as much time moving them around. I mean, that's like, you saw me assemble that house. Like, how much time was I moving logs around when I was doing that? Like, barely any at all, because I just had the logs where they needed to be. Yeah, the log stack thing is, I didn't know about it for a long time. I don't know, admittedly, I played a long time without knowing about it, so... But there's just like a lot of little things in this game that, you either just like, A, discover them after like hours of playing, or you see somebody else use it in like a way that you never imagined, or I don't know. I think I've essentially played long enough and like I guess streamed long enough that, you know, people have either told me about things or, you know, just been excessively frustrated by my inability to do something that, you know, exists for whatever reason. I know most of the tricks in the game. Now, of course, if there's some stupid trick for me to find hemp right now, I'm not doing it because I'm finding everything but hemp in a forest. Yeah, build 41, you can tie the log stacks up with sheet rope, which is much easier to make because you can just make that out of clothes. Which, I guess you can still do that in build 42, but you just need sheets for it, and they're not... It's not that easy to just have, like, a million sheets. Whereas rope, you can just make from twine, or you can make from, sorry, dogbane. But I cannot find dogbane right now. Very cool. Yeah, I don't think, you know, anything like that. I mean, hell, people play with multi-hit. I think multi-hit makes the game very easy, but, you know, if you enjoy playing with it, like, what the hell, go ahead, right? Like, nobody's gonna care that you play with some mod that lowers the weight. You can have them make, yeah, I mean, people play with, like, a backpack that is, like, a black hole level of, like, storage, where you can just put everything in it and have it weigh nothing. And that's just, you know, how you have fun playing the game, and more power to you. Like, personally, before I streamed, I played a lot of just, like, quick runs with, like, 40 trait points extra, or whatever, because, like, I don't particularly enjoy playing as a 0-0 character all the time. I don't think anyone does, right? So, if you have fun playing some way, or you have fun playing with some mod, it's like, just go ahead and do it. Nobody cares. Yeah, but I mean, I would give the log tying up a go if you, since it sounds like you didn't even know about it until I just said it, but of course I would show you how that works if I could frickin' find the damn thing. Apparently dogbane is the most rare thing in the entire universe right now, so... Yeah, you just get dogbane. So like the steps are, it's very simple. You just get hemp dogbane, which is, you can forage from wild plants, or just, if you just forage at all, it's relatively common, of course, and until it's what you're trying to look for, you can't find it. And you just need, you know, a very basic, any type of knife, even just a flint flake works. And a tree branch, and you can make rope, and you get 2 rope, and you can tie up 4 logs. You can tie up any 4, 3, 2. You can't tie up 1 log because that would be stupid. And funny enough, like, tying up 2 logs actually makes them lighter than 1 log for some reason. But I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I'm also cooking berries right now because I'm stupid. Yeah, dogbane is always like a nice thing to pick up. There's never like really a time in the game where you don't want to like just pass it up when you're foraging. Dogbane, any kind of flint, are like always pretty useful to you. Now, like, firewood, there will come a time where you don't need to pick up firewood when you find it. But, like, early game, yeah, I'll take tree branches and large branches and stuff. Clay's another thing where, like, you can grab it. You don't need a ton. Like, I don't imagine I'll pick up clay anytime soon, and I have almost 40 of it. Alright, I have my first crafted weapon that I actually think should be a weapon, not the flint saw, but admittedly the flint saw is probably better than it's definitely better for a bat, let's be real. Do I think the game should be that way? No. Do I like that the game is that way? No. That in my opinion? Yes. Would I be killed because I had an opinion on the internet? Of course. Strike me down right now. Any difference between charcoal and wood charcoal? Absolutely nothing. I mean, I guess wood charcoal is the one that you can make. That's about it. I mean, you're bougie as fuck if you're using just regular charcoal from like a charcoal bag to fuel your blacksmithing adventures. All right, research the short bat. I learned how to carve the bat. Then I come over here and look at how many baseball bats I get. Oh my goodness, 18 of them. You will never run out. Will my laptop finally be able to play safely? Admittedly, man, I mean, like, I think it's good to be hopeful, but I think your performance that you're experiencing in 42.19 is probably going to be very similar to stable. Now, there might be like some bug fixes in there. You know, there's, of course, the issue with sitting down and standing up being slowed down for whatever reason. When you have a weapon in your hand. I think stuff like that will be fixed come stable. Hopefully. I mean, I don't know, for what I know. Like, they're just going to release it. But I can't imagine there's going to be any major performance changes. And I will be ecstatic if that is the case. You know, that is, I would love to have higher frame rate at high zombie pops. All right, amazing. I have a house with no leaves on the ground. There's no poop smeared on the wall. I have 18 baseball bats. Yeah, baseball bat is one of the nicer weapons that you can get online relatively quickly. I'm day 20. So 20 days in, I have a house from nothing. I have the ability to make baseball bats. I have the ability to feed myself with fish. I can purify water with the cooking pot and all that. Got a decent bag from foraging. And even before that, I had a school bag from just hitting somebody. So yeah, I mean, like this is just kind of like more or less what would go into my stable run when it comes around. Allegedly next week. Allegedly something. I can't queue all these up because they're in my backpack. And this container, I can actually move this indoors if I really want. This one, I can't. Unfortunately, it's the one that has like double the capacity. I guess I'll just do some bit of exercise. I'm not going to get to any major skill increase, but go out and take the baseball bat's first swing. Where is this located? In Falls Lake on the river. Outside of town. I ran outside. I built this house out of logs. In case that wasn't obvious, but I'm drinking some warm ginger ale that I've sat with in my backpack for the last 20 days. Doing squats in my log cabin. But the ginger ale made me happy. I have one less Moodle to look at. Now I have water bottle that is probably not full. Nah, it's full. That's good. All right, and I take these and these and put a baseball bat on my back and equip one with my hands. And there's zero chance I go through 2 baseball bats in today, but we'll see. I just eat when I'm starving. You know, I try to stay out of the very hungry Moodle, but the hunger Moodle is one of those things that you can ignore, especially if you're like a newer player. You might, you know, be a lot more concerned about it, but hunger and calories are two separate things. Like you can die of starvation while you have an up arrow of gaining weight. Like essentially, if you just eat one stick of butter a day, that's like enough calories to not lose weight, but that's not enough hunger to not keep you from starving. So, but yeah, hunger, especially if you have the bushcrafter perk, is very easy to manage because you just forage for food whenever you're hungry. Like I just found mushrooms right there, 2 mushrooms. How much hunger does it give me? 9 and 10. So I have 19 hunger. That's like effectively like an entire tier of hunger that I can suppress by just eating that. And that requires no cooking. That requires no upkeep. Fire poker, by the way, that's super rare. And I'm not even like looking for mushrooms right now. I'm looking for trash, but I can still just find food all over the place. Yeah, the hunger moodle itself increases your chance of finding food. So like my chance of finding food right now is technically like 50% lower or whatever, or it's not increased by 50% because I'm not hungry. But the game sort of has like that magic pixel kind of logic to it where it's like, oh, you survived on 1 HP, bro. Whoa, that's so hype, right? Like, oh, I'm starving for, you know, when I'm walking around for food. Oh, I found food. That's crazy, right? It's, you know, it's got a little bit of that programmed into it to make the game a bit interesting, but like, I don't know. So you just saw me, I don't know, walk around for what? How long was that? 2 minutes there? 9 hunger, 10 hunger, 6 hunger, 2 hunger, 3 hunger, 8 hunger, 8 hunger. And the berries too. And there's food I didn't pick up. Like there's sage, I can eat that. You can technically eat insects and stuff. I just don't pick up these things because they're 1 hunger. And you have to eat like a lot of them to really make a noticeable difference. But if you're starving, you're just gonna eat anything. There are, by the way, some bugs that you should not eat. So something like a cricket or a grasshopper, those are always going to be okay to eat. But maggots are poisonous. Some of the centipedes are. It honestly might be all of them. You can always eat worms, though. That's like something you can always have. It's not all the bugs. I think crickets and grasshoppers are always safe. Worms are always safe. But I definitely have eaten like caterpillars that were safe in one instance and not in another. I would avoid caterpillars, I would avoid centipedes, but I think crickets and grasshoppers you're probably good on. I still probably would I would try to avoid them as much as you can because they just make you sad. And being sad just lowers your rate of crafting by quite a bit. It lowers your rate of doing anything besides just like exercising, I guess. I think sadness is kind of underrated in terms of being a bad moodle. Like a lot of people just overlook it. Okay, I did find Augbane eventually, but now I'm super far away from my base where I can craft. So that's cool. Yeah, I don't think that short blade is unusable in build 42. I just think it's the weakest weapon skill. And it's kind of doesn't have the identity that it used to have in build 41. The bowl, by the way, I basically just solved any and all depression I might ever have. I guess I should just go ahead and eat all these because I can't eat these in a salad. Weighing me down. The only different, I feel like short blunt, at the very least, short blunt has the short bat, which is like you can just make a zillion of those. Short blade, you're always going to be limited by. It's also longer range too. That's like really nice. Short blade, you're the shortest range ever, and you have to find flint nodules, which are not. They're common enough that you can do it, but it's not overflowing with flint nodules. Yeah, that's the other thing about short blunt. Short blunt is like the ease of access to getting into short blunt is just finding a tree branch and you're good. You're just like, I'm ready to rip it day one, no matter where I am. Okay, well, it's not. We're not saying tree branch is an OP weapon. Like day one. What is your option for a knife? Like whatever you find stabbed in his head, like the bread knife. I think the tree branch mogs the bread knife, like hard. Yeah, I get that you're okay day one, but nobody is like, oh man, my stamina and strain use on day one is so bad. It's like it's gonna be bad with anything. It's a matter of just, oh, I have a weapon I can use. Where are all the woods, man? I'm just walking back into town, man. How bad could it be? How bad could it be? I should probably shift some of this stuff to like this bag so I can drop it if I really need to. I don't need all of this crap. Don't need that. I don't need... Hell, I don't even really need the metal right now. I'm still overweight. I have a lot of stuff right now. All these flakes and... Do you need these? But not desperately. Now I'm not overweight. Short to ground attacks with glass shit. Bro, we're talking about floor attacks with short blade versus the tree branch. The tree branch, it's not even a contest between things. That is probably enough for me. What was that, like 5 kills? Not bad, but I am level 1. I get 30 experience. I just do that 4 more times. I get to level 2. Too bad there's like no fence around here that I can really work with. I mean, maybe this house. I don't know. I don't know what's over there. Yeah, that I'm almost certain will be fixed. Like if they release stable with a major issue like that, it's pretty annoying, but oh, I could have had this in my bag the whole time. Do I have? Okay, I have an extra baseball bat that I probably don't need. Million Milk, no matter what, calling me a hobo. I have an entire furnished house, by the way. With a chair to sleep on. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them leaving in something like that. But I really hope they don't. Okay, this is a backup moment. This is a, I have 3 strength and 2 fitness. There's like a sprint thing after running. Like, I did not mean to sprint there. I'm probably strained. Yep. At least so, I mean, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the stuff that we were left with in 41 was because they just straight up stopped updating it, you know? Like, there's no way they don't address that stuff pretty quickly. You know, similar to like when the multiplayer update dropped, right? Like there was how many just like completely game-breaking issues with multiplayer. There was, you couldn't regain stamina by sitting on the ground. Huge. You couldn't forage past like day 1. Massive. Uh, but like all that stuff got fixed within the next update. So like I'm hopeful in that regard, but do I think maybe new bugs will be introduced? Maybe. Do I want them to be introduced? No, of course not. Okay, so issues like that at least don't negatively impact the player. So like the slow getting up off the ground, entirely negative. There's not an instance where that benefits you. Do I yell? I want to yell. You know, I have possibly a full stamina bar.
Hey!
I mean, let's be real. They could have just released the game in Build 41 and said, like, this is it. You're not getting any more. And I would have gotten my money's worth from it. So we just are, like, so hinged on some... They promised us NPCs 13 years ago, and they didn't happen. Like, my life would not change at all if they just stopped developing the game. So... Do I think that they should just like get off scot-free for not, you know, delivering? Like, I don't know. Sure, maybe they deserve some flack for that. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, those NPCs were like, what? There's like a guy with a shotgun that shoots you when you get close. What does that look from like a coding's perspective? He just has an aggression radius that he gets more aggressive the closer you get to him. Higher chance to shoot you. Yeah, admittedly, I did not play the game back then, but the game was, like, I saw it advertised to me, like, a few times on Steam. It looked pretty bare bones, so I didn't get into it. But I got into Build 40 when I saw Cromulent Archer playing his One Painful Year kind of stuff or whatever. Actually, hold on. Let me get my... How much experience am I even getting from... I'll turn maintenance off too. I don't need to know when I'm doing that. I mean, so I get like 1.5. It's like a no moodle, no strain hit. That's not bad for level 3. Ever drive cars? Not really. They're kind of dangerous, man. That's like another thing that just gets you killed. Um, I get that you're newer, so you probably don't know about the whole like walk to thing. If you walk to and then you fast forward, you've probably seen me just doing this a lot, especially when I'm foraging or whatever. You can just walk around and you can run while you're doing this too. I haven't been running because it uses stamina and level 2 fitness, so I'm pretty bad. But you essentially, if you play right, you can have an auto walk, like click to go to thing that is, you know, in IRL time, the same speed as a car. As well as you never run the risk of like, oh, I have to get out of my car and I'm surrounded by zombies. This is terrible. And now I'm dead. Or, oh, I plowed my car directly into a tree at 70 miles an hour and shattered my legs. So, yeah, the storage box is another thing where, like, if you are, you know, far into the game enough, you can have, like, several military bags, which, you know, you can have in your secondary or primary hand. That's, like, something else that you, I mean, you saw me briefly do that with the school bag. You can have bags in your offhand and just carry more stuff that way. Of course, with my 3 strength character, I'm not really doing that all that often because I can barely carry anything at all. But I also literally started playing as him today, so asking for a lot. Guys, don't listen to him. Big Hobo wants you to believe cars are bad. I mean, I'm not going to stop you from driving a car. I'm just not going to drive a car. I think cars are useful. Just like guns are useful. Do they require some setup to get online? Yes. Do they require niche resources that you otherwise can't really craft? Yes. Can they get you killed? Yes. Anything can get you killed in this game. But, you know, it's just a matter of like how much risk you're willing to take, and I just don't really see much of a use to them for what they're worth. Scared to walk 2 against sprinters. I mean, sprinters is an entirely different beast, but you know, your sprinters is just not even, I mean, I'm not playing them right now, so I don't really have a whole lot to weigh into. You're just isolated to how close you are to getting to a fence the entire time you're playing, essentially. But you're far more limited on where on the map you can go. Like, how many fences have you seen me walk by the entire time I've been playing? It's close to 0. Like, the last fence I even saw was in this town. It was a white picket fence right here. Like, this town is not really possible to play in. At least, I mean, I'm sure if I went to the map website or whatever and looked, there's, you know, maybe a farm somewhere that has a chain link fence or whatever that I can vault across over and over again to kill them, but it's a lot more limiting. Now, if you're playing like, you know, a random sprinter percent where there's only just like, you know, 1% or whatever, you can probably deal with it. It's not as big of an issue. Large frame packs. Yeah, I've not done the frame packs yet, but I mean, military bag is 36 capacity. Yeah, I've seen the instant stand-up fence fight kind of stuff firsthand. I've definitely done, you know, far more fence fighting than the average player, but to add sprinters on top of that and have that be like the sole way that you know, have to do combat when it's kind of buggy doesn't seem great to me. And that was just with Shamblers too. It was honestly in that like making Twine speedrun stream. I just had Zed that I try to hit when it's on the floor, instantly stands up, bites me. Well, it only scratched me, but you know, still run the risk of dying to something stupid like that. Yeah, that's another thing. Like I would not even attempt to play sprinters with the slow standing. Like that just sounds stupid. You essentially just have like if you don't have your weapon unequipped at all times when you're sitting down, you just die. If they come from behind, you can't react to that if you can't stand up fast. If you come from the front, then like I guess maybe if they're like at the stop sign, you could get up fast enough, but even then it would be close. Yeah, not bad for 3 strength, 2 fitness. Honestly, I almost got to long blunt 3 with that, so I was just on day 1, no experience in that skill. Kind of snowballs from there. Yeah, I think the main issue I have with sprinters is just like being caught somewhere with like high exhaustion, or you know, essentially you just die because you can't run, and how tethered you are to fences the entire time. I don't mind fence fighting. I actually quite enjoy it. I think it's fun. But do I want to only play that way? No. Yeah, also, like, if I'm playing with sprinters, how I'm just kind of walking around lackadaisical through this forest right now and reading chat, totally not possible. I can't. You just Zomboid is already a game that, like, demands you to just be, you know, cognizant the whole time you're playing it. But it's even more than that with sprinters. Like, I can't really, like, take my hand off the mouse to drink some water. I can't look over at the chat. I can't. You can also book it to your car. Okay, well, then now you're inside of a car and you have to hope your car starts. Otherwise, you're totally screwed. Or you're in your car and you're like, oh damn, now there's a sprinter on the other side of my window and it won't start. Let's go to the other seat. Oh, I gotta move all this, like, you know, pig shit that I have piled up. to be able to get over there. I don't know, there's just a lot of problems I can see from happening on Car Reliance, especially with sprinters. I guess in like a sprinter percent, you know, running to a car isn't going to be the worst, because then you'll probably at most be dealing with like 2 of them, so they'll more than likely go to the same car window. Unless they're just like the most genius sprinters ever and they tag team go to both sides of your car. Ever use the mini map? I have. It's just another thing to have on the screen. Like, I don't mind it, but like I've already mentioned how like I'm doing so much foraging that I almost always have this on, and then I almost always have this in that corner. It's like there's just going to be another corner of like stuff that I have. And like I already have a general good idea of like, you know, where I am on the map. I'm in this little corner that goes into Upside Down U, and I go to the right, and then I'm into the town, right? Like, how much more do I really need to know? That isn't, you know, immediately available to me with a map that I press M and can pause and look at stuff. S% sprinters is 0. It's, I don't know, it's one of those like, I think it's fun in a multiplayer setting just because, you know, there's more grief to be shared that way. But I could just make a shiv from, oh, file. Okay, that's, I didn't know that was how that worked. Yeah, honestly, I don't mind playing with the map just like fully mapped out either, especially if you just, I don't know, it's so common to see people just like using the map website. And, you know, initially I was turned off by that because like I jumped into build 42 and I was like, oh, I can't wait to explore it. And then you just have like a million people commenting, just like telling you where everything is. Like, well, but I mean, if you're gonna live stream yourself playing any game, you are just inviting that to happen, so you can't really complain. So I don't really mind it that much anymore. And like knowing the map is something that you'll just like, you know, understand with time as well. Like if I had to get to West Point right now, I wouldn't know like the exact road to go on, but I could just run north and then go to the right long enough that I end up in West Point. Or, you know, if I need to go to Rosewood, I just run down and then go to the right long enough until I'm in Rosewood. Yeah, I probably should have done couple more runs in Apocalypse when Build 42 dropped, but I think I did like 3 streams total on Apocalypse before I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna do 16x. And I think most of those were just like me playing Apocalypse in like Echo Creek, and that was it. I didn't really go to the well, no, I did a Moldro one, let's be real. I definitely left that school bag out there that had all the stuff in it. Because I'm just, you know, so smart like that. Very nice. How dare you guys not remind me? Unbelievable you would do that. Totally your fault. Let's do... Not tired. Well, now I'm tired. I'll do one more set and then go to bed. I've been to Irvington. No, I've been to both those towns. Yeah, I entirely cleared out Ekron. I did like 80% of Irvington. Like, I didn't go to the left most section of it, but from looking at what it is, it's like just copy pasted kind of March Ridge style housing over there. So I didn't really, you know, I basically saw all of Irvington. And Brandenburg, admittedly, I did not clear, but I did like the airport to the left and then all the way main road to the prison, and I was like something like 40 to 50,000 Zed kills in before the .13 update. And I also just had like a lot more like IRL work I was doing, so I just didn't really get to finish that one all the way through. I did go to the military section though, that area. Like, I cleared like the top of that road and then the bottom of that road as well. Was your race car just like beat to shit, or did it actually? I thought that they were pretty good. Admittedly, I used like it in multiplayer, so you're capped at like 70 miles per hour, but it looked like they could go pretty quick. They accelerate really fast, at least. I mean, that's like basically every niche, like cosmetic thing, even guns, like to an extent, are just collectibles. Like, how many people are building their character around a 357 lever action? Probably zero. I mean, there's definitely some cowboy larpers out there, don't get me wrong, but I think if you're using 357 and you're like at all serious about actually getting use out of it, you're probably using a revolver. Yeah, so cars as... That's a sugar packet, right? It is. So cars as a utility thing, F tier. Cars as a collectible, I would put it in A tier. I think they're pretty neat. Because you can also get like different engine stats too. You can have engine qualities and all that. And it's kind of fun to revamp the car and, you know, get all the stats to 100 that you can. It's a fun little side quest to do, especially if you've never done it before. Want airplane models in the LV airport? What about, I don't know what I would want. I mean, like, I've seen, like, the Pokemon card collectible. I don't even know if Pokemon probably was, like, barely a thing in 1993. I think it came out in 1995, right? But there could definitely be some just straight up, this is not useful at all, it's only a collectible kind of things. I mean, there's the Rolex, man. That's not a collectible, though. This is a status symbol that proves I am superior to you. How else would I have a Rolex and you not have one? There's no other meaning besides just me being that much better. Yeah, plushies, yeah, that's probably the best example of, you know, the collectibles. They just have no use. I mean, they have a technical fire starter use, but that, you're a psycho if you do that. If you put Jaquez in the fire, I hate you forever. You probably live in Riverside in real life. Yeah, you're trying to bring me down thinking my Rolex is so... This was given to me at birth. I just find back-to-back steel plates. And dryer lint. Burning 100 Jaquez. That's how you summon Hero Brian. I mean, with enough foraging, you will eventually get 100 Jaquez. I'm gonna chase you guys off because I don't want to listen to you fucking moaning. Hello, frog. Yeah, I mean, here's your jealousy full frontal. How many messages have you sent in the last 5 minutes complaining about my Rolex? This guy clearly doesn't have one since he cares so much. That's all I'm saying. Alright, it's full. Now let's just not forget to take this home when I leave. There's probably not much more foraging to be had. I just got to be ready to hit oids the stick. Strained. I am. Oh, it's because of leg. That's like kind of annoying about the how strain works is you just get like essentially like what your arm strain is increased a ton if you have any strain at all. It feels like, I don't know. And I'm already like max level squat regularity, so this is as good as it's gonna be. And I didn't really do like an entire day worth of squatting yesterday, just to like, I don't know, 3 sets. That's still gonna be like, I don't know, I'm like missing out on 2 hours essentially because of this. Of course, you know, once I get long blunt a lot higher, won't be as much of an issue. But I also won't be spending however many 5-6 hits to kill. So that's another big one. Admittedly, though, this doesn't feel terrible. I'm only, what, level 2, and... you just kind of got to be on top of making sure you're only fighting, like, at most 2 at a time. This is already, like, a little over what I can do. There's like, I don't like that there's 4 extra steps to sitting on the ground right now. Alright, now I can go up here and not have strain immediately. Probably. Can I look at the house? No. Bread knife, by the way. Okay, I can see the corner of a house. I can see the front door. That is way too much for me to deal with. Satchel's kind of overrated. Alright, there's like 20 guys in there. That's nice. Hey, I can sprint up there and get a kill in the window. Not happening. I'll stay here until 17 on the clock, and then I have to leave. Oh, get up, bro. We got friendly letter, acceptance letter. Everything is just great for this guy.
Hey.
Alright, this is the last fight I'm doing, and then I'm leaving. It's probably a walk away moment. With the meta event, I am dipping, bro. We ain't playing with that close to the town right now. No, sir. Oh, that is gonna stir some shit up. And I'm probably walking. No, there's the bag. Well, it was a fun attempt getting into that house. I don't think it's happening anytime soon, but easily the most kills I've gotten in a day so far. Probably like 80, I don't know. Or a, 2 fitness, 3 strength character. And the reason I'm like, well, first I am limited by the fitness and strength, of course, but like I'm limited by the fact I have to walk for like 4 hours to get to where the Zeds are. Slows me down quite a bit. But that is the price I pay for a very safe base location. Yeah, I don't really need anything right now. I just have an entire school bag of stuff. Gotta drop. Oh, that is enough tools. Can't have any more. That up. I have no water. Eat all these acorns. Oh wait, I can't do those up like that unless I move them. Can't make these into a salad. Alright. Does the cooler have a real impact? It does not. It's just a container, unfortunately. So, like, if you had something that was frozen, you took it out of the fridge, it would just de-thaw as fast as anywhere else. It'd be nice, though. Do I think it's game-breaking not having that ability? I don't think it makes a huge difference, but... I really should have just made a doorway right there. Oh, I thought I got a lot more kills than I did. But, you know, not bad for low strength, low fit, low just everything, honestly. How am I thirsty? Why can't I? Tainted? No, dude. I boiled all that water, and now this whole thing is just gonna be... Well, I'm balding. Either way, I was gonna end it on that stream right there. That's unfortunate that I tainted that somehow. It was probably one of the things I just didn't... Oh, well. I think maybe if I diluted it in enough pure water, I could get away with it. Either way, that's more or less how I think my first run is going to go in 42.20 whenever that comes out. Pretty decent stats for, you know, the initial start. Got the base up and running. Of course, you know, sleeping under a roof with like most of my immediate crafting needs and stuff like that dealt with. Along with, of course, you know, reliable weapon I can create. And I'm actually like, I don't know, 8 things away from just maxing out foraging that whole time. Yeah, so more or less, I don't know if I'm gonna get as terribly lucky with like my... I mean, the tent kit wasn't huge. I already had the lean-to shelter when I got it. That would be like an insane find early on. That, I mean, if anything, the Rolex was just the pop-off moment of that. I just got a Rolex on my like 9th kill. So we'll see if that happens again. Probably not, but it's been fun. I am going to get some dinner and head to bed. See you guys.